Good morning, everybody. We're very pleased to welcome Dr. Teresa Lin from Mohammed bin Zayed University for Artificial Intelligence. Dr. Lin is a specialist in parsing and natural language processing. She works on the preservation of the digital preservation of Arabic dialects and underrepresented languages on the internet. And it's with much pleasure that I introduce Dr. Lin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the introduction, and a very big thank you to Mohammed for the invitation to be here today. It's a pleasure. I've been living in the Middle East for a year, but I haven't been to Kuwait, so it's been a great opportunity to come to visit. So, as Jean-Francois had said, my main interest lies in working with low-resource languages and safeguarding languages in this digital age. I work at Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence, which is based in Abu Dhabi. The university is only 4 years old, so you're forgiven if you haven't heard of it before. It was built as part of the UAE's strategy to become leaders in the area of AI. This is not just in reaction to ChatGPT, it was forward-thinking, but it happened to synergize well with the revolution that we've seen in the last couple of years. If anyone is in Abu Dhabi at any stage, please feel free to contact me and come visit. The MBZ UAI campus is based in Masdar City, which is the world's most sustainable city. I encourage you to Google it. It's a very interesting place. And we have solar energy, we have solar fields, which helps obviously to offset the carbon footprint of our AI research. So the outline of today's talk, I want to introduce NLP because I know for many people it's a newish concept. And I also want to touch on AI hype. It'd be remiss of me not to talk about that. A couple of people have mentioned language models yesterday, so we'll reiterate some of that today. And then I want to talk about the area of low resource languages and of course the future of our languages and how we can safeguard them. So natural language processing, in simple terms, we can say that it's a way of teaching computers to understand human language. So it involves generating, analyzing, and deriving meaning from either text or speech. It's actually prevalent in our daily lives and has been for a long time. And maybe people have been unaware that underlying a lot of the technology that we've been using for a long time is natural language processing. So machine translation, for example, chatbots, which have become ubiquitous in a lot of services for customer interaction, sentiment analysis. You'll even see this when we're trying to, maybe in the lead up to elections, especially in the US and in Europe, seeing trends of what people are saying about particular politicians, good or bad, neutral, and so on. Text summarization, you might see the snippets when you do a search in Google, and it might summarize a particular document it's found to help indicate whether or not it's useful for you. And then for those for whom English is not their first language, perhaps Grammarly is a familiar one for you too. It's also used widely in industry for market intelligence, customer insights, and so on, in finance, particularly in fraud detection, content generation, content moderation, which is becoming even more relevant in today's world, where there's a lot of toxic content online which needs to be cleaned up. We need to make the internet a cleaner place, a safer place. And customer support, like I mentioned, and then recommender systems. For a lot of people, NLP is a new concept, and they will just use it synonymously with ChatGPT. This is not the case. It's been around for a long time. The first real evidence of NLP, if you like, was machine translation in the 1950s, around the time of the Cold War. So it was a very rudimentary, a very simplistic machine translation system for English to Russian at the time. And then over the decades, this has evolved with computational linguistics is really the field that grew for many years until around 1990, when the systems became data-driven, and we now call it natural language processing. And so now we're up past 2020 is where we're in a different age. So this is like Lawrence mentioned yesterday, it's a revolution in the age of AI, even though AI has been around for years and most people have been oblivious, but now it seems to be more relevant to the average person. So NLP is a hard task because one word or sentence may have many meanings. There's many ways of saying the same thing. Meaning can depend on context. Literal and figurative language exists. And then language and culture is very much intertwined. And I could replace NLP there with language. Okay, language is a hard task for these very same reasons. So if we get down to it, what does a machine actually know about human language? And this is where I wanted to start dispelling a lot of myths about wizardry and magic and so on. At the bottom of it all, a computer is not a human, and the computer is not equivalent to a human brain. The computer knows ones and zeros, simple as that. Either the power is on or power is off. Now, similar to what happens with the neurons in our brain, there's on and off in the synapses, but fundamentally a computer will know if the power is on or off. So from a user perspective and a human interacting with a computer, and you have the keyboard input, a capital A is not representative of a lowercase a. They're very different. It's a different combination of ones and zeros. And that's the bottom line. That is what a computer understands, okay? So what computers are learning is what we teach them, right? And we can either encode information about language, like we did in the past as computational linguists. For example, with parsing, computational linguists would have had to encode grammar rules. Okay, so a sentence can be rewritten as a noun phrase and a verb phrase. A noun phrase is rewritten and so on. But the thing with this approach is that it's not scalable. It takes a long time to build a reliable system. They can be very brittle. It takes experts who are computer scientists with linguistics information. We've moved on since that to data-driven paradigms. And this is where we're using data, which is basically corpora, which is where you guys would fit in, to train a system to start learning what language looks like. Okay, this is what language is supposed to look like. And if you give it enough examples of that, it starts learning what language is supposed to look like. So that's machine learning. Now, with machine learning, preferably we would have structured data, so it's able to learn patterns quite easily. Labeled data, this is again where you guys come in with corpus linguistics, all different formats of labeling, to teach the computer what information there is about that language. If that's syntactic parsing, you're telling it about the relationship between the words. And the data has to be reliable, otherwise it's garbage in, garbage out. You give it dodgy data, you're going to get dodgy output. So some examples of the type of data labeling I'm referring to, and this labeled data is not only used to train systems, but also to evaluate them. How do you know if a system is actually doing what you want it to do? You have evaluation corpora. We call them test sets. And we test to see how well a system will do compared to how well humans do when we're labeling data. So we call these gold standard tests. So named entity extraction, for example, where we'll get linguists to annotate something as an organization, a person, a location. For multi-word expressions, where we would annotate a span of words and indicate what category of multi-word this might be, or part of speech tagging, which a lot of people are probably familiar with. Now, going back to my favorite, which is tree banks, so we're working on parsing, this is what we needed to do. Annotate sentences with connections between those words. Now, there's a lot of text up there, but essentially, this is a machine-readable version of a tree, okay? And you give it enough examples of trees in a language, it learns how to predict how to parse a sentence, how to identify the syntactic structure of a sentence. And then machine translation. So same idea, you would feed it parallel data. You'd have one language, and it should be aligned in text with another language. And the machine will start to learn, oh, I've seen this sentence before, this is the probability of it being translated into this sentence. But it obviously needs not just thousands, hundreds of thousands of examples. And this diagram is to do with the original machine, it's called traditional machine learning approaches. We have new machine learning approaches now, but the traditional machine translation had two modules. So it had a translation model and a language model. And this is the first instance of a language model. So first of all, the text went through a translation model to predict what the translation should be. But to make sure it sounded and looked like a nice output and looked like nice language, it used a language model. And the language model was trained only on the target language, raw text. That's it, no labeling, no anything, just raw text. And it learned how to be fluent. So keep that in mind, because this is the key thing about language models now. They're very tricky to identify whether it's human written or AI written, because they're so good at being fluent, okay? Now, in the past, and it still holds today, there's a huge correlation between the data set size, so that's the size of your corpus, or the amount of corpora you have, and the performance of a system. So there's a strong correlation there. So the more data you have, the more likely the system is going to perform well. And that's because it needs to see plenty of examples of language in use, or that particular task you're talking about. For the older machine learning algorithms, there used to be a steep learning curve, and then we'd peter off very quickly. And it would get to the stage, it didn't matter really how much more data you would add, it would just converge. Whereas with the deep learning methods, now we can see that, yes, more data will continue to improve the systems. And this is why there's a huge race for collecting as much data as possible, as we heard yesterday in a couple of talks. So in terms of the hype, in today's AI hype, and I'll just note that we would never have talked about ourselves as AI experts until 3 years ago, till everybody put us into the one group of AI, we're NLP people. But I just want, on a visualization, we have artificial intelligence. Within that, machine learning is an approach, just one approach to implementing AI methods. And within machine learning, there's an even more advanced field of deep learning. And I think a few people talked about this yesterday. We have transformers, we have word embeddings, and it just means the systems are smarter, but we need a lot more computing power for the deep learning methods. And NLP, because it's a type of AI, will use deep learning and machine learning. Sometimes it's just traditional machine learning is all that's required. We don't need the big models. So that's just to get us all on the same page about where NLP fits in. So the first hype is to do with ChatGPT, and obviously a well-earned hype, because in the space of 2 months, they reached 100 million users worldwide, and this graph shows that in comparison to a lot of other tools that we're very familiar with. But the problem is now, what we're seeing when we're looking at graphs is not really looking at how much data is being used to build a system. A lot of talk is about how many parameters are being used. And so these parameters will determine how the data is being analysed. And we're talking here about in the order of billions of parameters. Now, the larger the number of parameters that are being used, the more computing power that is needed. So this is a larger carbon footprint on the environment, okay? So it can take up to 3 to 4 weeks to build a language model, and that's the running on service, multiple servers, very large GPUs. And so now we see this race across all the tech companies, the big ones who have the money and the bandwidth to build these language models. And this is where everything's sort of going in our field at the moment, be it good or bad. Now, language models that we heard yesterday, they're very good, usually, at predicting the next word, okay? So we know that from simple terms of autocorrect or autocomplete. So I'm going to just do a little test here. It's this very simplistic idea of how this type of thing would work. So I'm assuming there's no Vietnamese speakers in the audience here. So say our language, our corpus is 4 sentences. Based on what we know about this language, predict the next word. Any offers? Tick. Okay. And that was sort of easy because we had seen banco twice, all right? This is like looking at, they call them n-grams, where we look at a couple of words together in a row. This is a bigram model. Well, what if I add another word in here? So we say bancotic, and then what's next? Might be. The thing is, we have tick as well somewhere else, and we have tick in boy. Can we just say we'll ignore that one and just look at these two that are a string? Or there might be something about that language that actually maybe you could only use Mao with something else afterwards, right? We don't know. And so this is where, when we're trying to compute these possibilities, so look at here, your brain's already exploding with 4 sentences. So imagine millions of examples of this. This is where the computing power is needed and all the different parameters. So for the pre-trained transformer models, these newer versions are larger and they're trained with more data. And again, this is a simplified version of how would you predict what the next word is. So words are given a weighting, basically, and they're given a value based on the training data, and how often it's seen it, and the context it's seen it in, and the company each word keeps in those sentences. And it's through these numbers, again, we're going back to numbers, that it's predicting what the next word is. Now, someone mentioned this yesterday, I think it was Toby. It's really important to keep in mind that we have, for these, we have language models and we have the chat models, the chatbot models, so the ChatGPT and so on. But some of them are open source and some of them are closed source. And so I have a list here of closed source ones, and this means that these are really black boxes because we don't know what data really went into the training systems, to train the systems, and we don't know, we can't get in there and actually change things and fix things and work with them. Whereas, so this is ChatGPT or Google Bard, for example. Whereas for the publicly available ones, so the open source ones, this is the type of field that we like to work in NLP, where we make sure that there's a transparency, what data was actually used. We can download this system and we can start to improve it to our own benefit. So this is where we call it fine-tuning. We can actually make it work for the task that we want to do at hand. So these would be called foundation models, and from that we would work upon them to address our own tasks. So for example, Vicuna and MBZ UAI were part of the Vicuna development team, and then Facebook Llama as well. So Facebook are trying to be more involved with this open source approach. Now the problem is that most LLMs are actually trained on English. All right, so why is this? The largest data sets that are actually out there, they rely on data scraped from the web. All right, so these large systems rely on a lot of data, and that's scraped from the web. Most of the web's content is English. So it's pretty simple. This is why there's a big focus. It's easier to train an LLM for English. Now, most of the non-English data that is on the web is actually nonsensical, and it's often machine translated. And we knew this, but actually Amazon they published a paper early this year to show this. And another study shows that 95% of the low resource languages that people say they have identified, they haven't actually identified them properly. And this is because language identification tools are not smart enough to differentiate between the different languages, because they haven't seen enough examples of those languages to differentiate. So the internet data that does exist is often just Wikipedia or parliamentary legislation. That's for the low resource languages. So there's currently, and this is relevant to people in this room, there's currently a shortage in supply of high quality human labeled data in languages other than English. And gathering these multilingual data sets then is challenging and it's expensive. And this means that the models that are trained on the best data are closed source. They're not in the open source field. So low resource language. So first of all, I'm going to have a note on terminology. Could be low resource, low resourced, under-resourced. People argue about which is one worse than the other. Lesser resource, underrepresented. I've seen Facebook say barely resourced and unresourced. But really what we're talking about here is a lack of resources. And the type of resources that we're talking about, there's a broad number, but these are the main few resources that we're talking about here. So funding. So the large tech companies will fund the development of these tools, but mostly just for a handful of languages. It's all usually profit-driven, and the languages in their interest. If we can't rely on the tech company to look after our languages, we need to then look to our governments. Say, if that's in Ireland, for example, the Irish government, or within Europe, we have European funding, we try to look there for it. but we can't rely on the tech companies to take an interest in our languages. Now, there's over 7,000 languages in the world. Not all of them need a language model. Not all of them need these NLP tools, but there are a lot that do to survive in a digital age and still remain relevant. Another problem is a skill shortage. We found this working for Irish as well. To find the people with the computing skills and the linguistic knowledge and the language capacity to actually work in these systems can be really tricky in a lot of communities. The data, like I've mentioned before, it's really difficult to find good data and also build that labeled data, which is tied back to the skilled labour. And then often, not always, there's a correlation between the number of speakers of a language community and the amount of data that's available, right? Because these people are generating digital content online or through government services or so on. And if we have a small country, small number of speakers, we're going to be lacking in that digital data. Thankfully, there is a growing interest in the NLP community in low resource languages. Now, it was slow to start. So at the beginning, we really just had workshops. And these are workshops that would focus on specific language groups. I established the Celtic Language Technology Workshop series in 2014, and this is where we brought together Scottish Gaelic, Irish, Breton, Manx, Cornish, we'd say it was extinct but coming back to life, and Welsh. And what we were doing, and the same with the Nordic group, is trying to share experiences and trying to show each other the approaches working with low resource languages are not the same for the other languages, so we needed to share experiences. Thankfully, we now have workshops specifically looking at low resource languages where we all can help each other, so we don't need to be in the same linguistic group. Across the world, we're able to help each other. Also, there's a little bit of change at some of the conferences. So at LREC, which is the International Conference on Language Resources and Evaluation, they have a dedicated track. So they've been around since 1998. The dedicated track is less resourced, endangered and less studied languages, but actually across the whole conference, because it focuses on language resources, you find people working on all sorts of exciting projects. The last LREC I was at, I met a guy working on, he's from outer Mongolia, and he had a corpus developed. So this is what LREC is about, thankfully, which has helped save us in this field. For ACL, which is our top tier conference, the annual conference, in 2022 they had a theme track, which was language diversity from low resource to endangered languages, but really it's not taken that seriously yet within ACL and some of the other larger conferences that get carried away with the hype around language models and English. I'm just going to put a little bit of an advertisement here because I do feel this goes back to what Lauren said yesterday. If you want to know more about this field and keep up, I recommend that you do attend one of the NLP conferences. Now, LREC itself, like I said, you're not going to be bombarded with talks about language models. This is where you're going to find people who are actually building corpora. They're building it for the purpose of NLP, but they're doing the same thing. They're labeling, they're evaluating. It's a really, really good conference to go to. So I suggest you take a photo of this and maybe take a look at the program online and see if it'll be of interest to you, but I'd love to see you there. Okay. And then also in the NLP community, since 2020, people have started to take note, especially since this position paper, where they looked at the state and fate of linguistic diversity and inclusion in the NLP world, which is really highlighting that there's not much diversity, and this needs to change. And so the paper starts off by saying we have language X and we have language Y, and these graphs are just showing that over the years, these are the publications for languages X and Y. And as a spoiler alert, if you're going to read the paper, X is Dutch and Y is Somali, right? And so there's a clear visualization of the inequality and the lack of diversity. Now, this is just 2 languages, but they did it for a very large number of languages. The only problem I have with this study is that they just used mere mentions of a language in a publication, which is not fine-grained enough to really tell you what's happening in the background, but it's an indication of the trends. But what they also did was they examined the existence of data sets that are available out there for these various languages. So they came from a different angle. And what they did then was try to categorize classes of languages in terms of how well they're supported. So 0, I don't particularly like the names, but let's go with it. The left behinds, These are ignored in language technology. It actually might be impossible to lift them into a digital space. A lot of these languages are typically not written, so there's no documents, there might be no recordings of speech, and there might not even be standardization of the writing. For class number 1, the scraping buys, there's some amount of unlabeled data, small amount, but it requires a solid organized movement of like NLP researchers or linguists to actually build data sets. For the hopefuls, and this is where Irish lies, there's a small set of labeled data sets. So we have some groups and researchers, the small communities who've made some effort to try to improve things. And there's unlabeled data out there. So Wikipedia, there's prevalence in the Wikipedia space. For the rising stars, this is where you could do some sort of, you could benefit from unsupervised pre-training. I won't go into that in too much detail, but you can leverage from other languages basically because they have enough web presence, but they still don't have sufficient efforts in the label data area. And then the underdogs don't like this name either. A large amount of unlabeled data, so lots of Wikipedia data, if you like. Not so much labeled data, but they have very dedicated natural language processing communities. And of course, we have the leaders in the group, which is not a surprise. And these are the ones that the tech companies usually favor. And also in the NLP field, we have, thanks to Emily Bender in University of Washington, says we need to, in every paper, actually say what language we're working on. Because for a long time, there was no language mentioned. It was just assumed it was English. So it was like, does this mean English and NLP are just synonymous with each other? We actually have to start saying what language we're working on. And this makes people think, well, actually, I should probably be working on more languages than just English. A couple of projects I'm going to highlight, and I've added this slide in since yesterday, but just realizing that there's people in this audience that would actually benefit from joining some of these projects, or at least looking at their website. So if you could take a picture again of this slide. There are data sets there that would be useful for you to work on. UniDive is a cost action that's ongoing and part of it. Even though you're not in Europe, you're actually welcome to join. We have online meetings. So this is looking at multilinguality, diversity, inclusivity, and there are linguists and corpus linguists in these groups as well. For Parsim, I don't know if Diego's here, but I'll talk to him later, to do with multi-word expressions. Another cost action that has continued, and these are specialists who are looking at multi-word expressions, and they've developed multilingual corpora that have been annotated for multi-word expressions. For universal dependencies, this is a collection of tree banks. So these are corpora that have been annotated to indicate the syntactic structure of every sentence. And there's over 200 tree banks, or over 200 languages. There's more tree banks, some multiple per languages. And I think that would be a really valuable place for you to go to do some research and pull out some data. These are all open source, and you can download them online. And the Digital Language Diversity Project was basically setting out how to try to safeguard languages, to come up with some sort of a toolkit, to like a blueprint to help languages. Now, in terms of industry, there's a growing interest again in low-resource languages. For example, Google had a paper in 2022 where they had metadata released for 2,800 language varieties. And then Meta, which is Facebook, released the benchmark, so it's a large data set for low-resource languages and multilingual machine translation. Now, this can be taken with a pinch of salt because there's also criticism of industry in that some people might think that it's publicity stunt, it's not actually that useful. And really, for the no language left behind, do we need machine translation for some languages here that mightn't even have a spell checker, right? So it's more about what do the language community actually need, and that should be what drives the developments, not just develop the systems because we can. So what about a European language focus? So I'm going to just hone in here, but what I'm going to tell you about Europe is relevant. It's a blueprint for other languages. The linguistic diversity in Europe has been said to be threatened since Gutenberg's invention of the printing press. So basically, when the printing press came on board, a lot of regional and minority languages were left behind because they didn't go into print, right? So they went out of use, and people shifted to speaking in other languages and using other languages. So the question here is, will the digital age have the same effect on our current languages? And that analogy came out first in 2012 in the MetaNet white paper series. So this was a study conducted, an EU-funded study on the EU languages, the official languages. And it looked at all different parts of language technology to see how languages were supported. So along the y-axis there, you have categories of weak or none, fragmentary, moderate, good, excellent. Nobody gets to excellent, but obviously English is up there with good. This particular graph is looking at the support in terms of machine translation, but the trend was the same for other things like speech processing and so on. Now, off the back of that, there was a Parliament resolution in Europe that is striving for language equality by 2030. And so I was part of the European Language Equality Project that ran from 2021 to 2022. 52 partners across Europe, because we wanted to make sure that we covered and we got voices from as many parties as possible, representing all the languages. Coordinated at DCU, where I used to work before the UAE, and co-coordinated by DFKI in Germany. And this objective was the development of a strategic research, innovation and implementation agenda to achieve digital language equality by 2030. Impossible feat, I'll just say that now, it's impossible. We're never going to reach English, right? But the idea is that we can bring these languages to a place where they're going to survive a digital age and thrive, okay? But the way to do this, how we had to base, if we were going to do these calculations again, and if we were going to assess how well these languages were actually supported, we spent over a year collecting data on all the official languages. So if you go to the European Language Grid, which I do highly recommend you visit, you'll find that there's 8,000 corpora in that catalogue that has been listed, right? And it's not just the European languages, goes beyond that. And the tools and services have been documented. So it took a year. We had informants from all the language groups around Europe, and we also harvested information from other repositories. And this is what we came up with at the end. Similar trend. Is it 10 years on? Same trend. In fact, it's worse because English is way ahead of the next group, and unsurprisingly, the next group are German, Spanish, and French. And then we have the long tail for the rest of the languages. So all European languages, apart from those four, are massively under-resourced in terms of data, tools, and technologies. And the term digital extinction comes into play here. These languages are at risk of digital extinction if they can't be made relevant in today's digital age. I don't know if this is going to play. No, probably not. On the ELG, there's a dashboard. I recommend you do go to visit this. This is where you can play around. You can say, I want to compare this language against this language. This is how much corpora is available. And you can see very clear charts of inequality, sometimes equality, mostly inequality. Oh, here it's working, sorry. Okay, so you can select the languages. Here it's selected all languages. It's looking at the technological factors, which is basically looking at counts of how many corpora are available, tools are available, and you can zone in on particular languages if you wanted to. You can do cross-lingual comparison, so you can just choose a couple of languages, and then you can zone in, and for here, for example, it's looking at corpora, and then you can compare languages and how well they're supported in terms of corpora. So these are good in terms of generating report for languages to show to our governments, this is the bad state of affairs that we're in compared to other languages. But I also want to highlight that there are Arabic corpora and tools in the European language grid. So it's a European grid, it's not European language grid. It's a European grid that has languages in there, right? And so if you do have your own data sets that you would like people to work with and be able to access and make them more prevalent and useful, please catalogue them in the grid. You can upload the data if you want, but if you already have it somewhere in line where there's a URL, you just enter it as a catalogue entry. But it would be very useful to the community if you did share your work. So I hear you ask, what about Irish? I'm sure people are interested. So this is the latest graph for Irish. Irish is still in the weak and no support category. That's where we were 10 years ago. This is where we are now. So it's not really a surprise, to be honest. What is surprising is the fact that it's the first official language in Ireland, so it should be better supported. Is it the national language? It's an official minority language in the north of Ireland. It's an official EU language. So given all that status, it should be a little bit further up there in that graph. We have a population of over 5 million. The ability to speak, this is according to the latest census, 1.8 million Irish people say that they can speak Irish. Okay, that's the ability to speak. But on a daily usage is just over 70,000. So these are people who use it as their first language, and they're more comfortable using it as their first language. And then mostly that'll happen in the West Coast and the Gaeltachty areas, which are the dark areas in the West. We have 1 standard written form and 3 spoken dialects. In terms of technology landscape, the digital plan for Irish was published about a year and a half ago. It was 7 years in the making. Not because the writing team were slow, I was in that writing team, but because of the lack of support from the government to move it along. And so we need more support in actually moving things along and taking this seriously. And Ireland's AI strategy, there is a strategy for AI, and it's all about English. There's a small little section, half a page, where it mentions Irish, and that's it. We have a major skills gap. There's only 1 undergraduate 3rd level course that has computing and linguistics, and in that we might have 2 to 3 people who elect Irish every year. There's minimal support or investment from industry, despite the fact that Ireland is actually home to the EMEA headquarters for most of the large tech companies. So this is Facebook, Google, Apple, you name it, they're in Ireland. And these are what we're lacking. Now I put automatic speech recognition in brackets because it's underdevelopment, but we still don't have a reliable system. And because we don't have automatic speech recognition, we don't have automatic subtitling for Irish. We don't have question answering systems, named entity recognizers, lateral language generation, so we don't have a ChatGPT for Irish, and we're very far from having one. Semantic role labeling, information retrieval, information extraction, chatbots, adaptive learning, so this is in the language technology space, the language learning technology space, knowledge graphs, and so on. But you might say, well, who cares? What does it matter if languages are actually being under-supported? It is a bit of a problem, because you might have, especially in bilingual, multilingual societies, where government public services, the priority and preference will be given to the digitally supported languages, right? So this causes marginalization within communities. In national interests, in terms of national security, event detection, if you're monitoring online media, you're only going to be able to use or analyze the data that's in a particular language and not elsewhere. Criminal justice systems are now using NLP, fairly, unfairly, whatever you think about it, but it's being used. But what if the language is not being supported? Education, again, there's going to be marginalization. There are going to be those who benefit from the advances in technology because they speak a specific language, and those who don't. And that could be within a country. In terms of healthcare, marginalization again. So the inequality in the level of care that's offered. Those who are able to gain, it could be the doctors or the patients who can use the technology that understands their language, and then those who don't. And then business and consumer benefits, obviously, and just in terms of connecting societies and keeping us connected digitally. So finally, I want to look at the future of the languages. How do we safeguard these languages? So we really need to regain ownership of language technology development, right, away from relying on US tech companies and leaving our languages in the hands of US tech companies. And this is where language technology advocacy comes in. So after the ELE project, a group of us went to the European Parliament to present the findings of the European Language Equality Study. We also published a book on the same findings. And then I went a few months later to the Irish Parliament to show the findings and also to provide recommendations on what they need to do for Irish. So for example, and this is a blueprint for one language, but can be relevant to many languages. Change of focus, so a lot of the focus in language technology for Irish is on dictionary development and training translators, and it has been for decades. We need to change that. There's a lot of untapped potential for machine learning because there's a lot of data there, even in government services, that could be used to train systems. Language data management practices need to change because then people will realise the value of the data and how we can actually build systems to support the language. Dedicated Irish language technology programs, like I mentioned, but also we advocated for corporate social responsibility. And this is where large tech companies should give back to a community. where they reside. And then long-term strategies, so the digital plan, EU national cooperation, and so on. But also what we can do is start bottom-up approach, build our data sets, because actually, well, and they should be open source, right? We want to make them available for researchers to use. But actually, often the excuse is, well, we haven't included that language because there's no benchmark data set, so we don't know how well it's doing on a particular language, or we can't train it on a particular language because we don't have data sets. So we need to build our own data sets and take control of the foundations of this language technology to start, which is what I did for Irish. So the Gaeltacht NLP program, which ran for 6 years, we looked at building tree banks, labeling multi-word expressions, building machine translation data sets, and looking at social media usage for Irish as well. Same with Indonesia. So I work with some colleagues from Indonesia, and they have really excelled in bringing NLP forward in Indonesian language. You can see on this graph here, in the last number of years, the Indonesian language is very well represented in NLP, and that's because they did a lot of crowdsourcing. So they've garnered a lot of interest, and it's all altruistic. They're not being paid, but it's through the want of people wanting to improve the Indonesian language and making sure it's supported. And from that, they're broadening out to the Southeast Asian languages with the Sea Crowd project. So at MBZ UAI, what are we doing? So this is one of the best projects I've worked on in quite a while, and I love it. We're building a multimodal question answering data set. The idea behind this benchmark, so there's 20 languages in there. Most of them are low resource languages, and what we're trying to show is that large language models don't know much about low resource languages, and they don't know much about culture. They're very English-centric, very US-centric, right? Because this is the data they've been trained on, even images. And so these are 3 main images of mine that are in the data set from Ireland. So our questions will be in English and in the local language relevant to the image. And you need to understand the culture to answer a question about the image, and you need to really be from that country or have lived in that country. So that first one, my question is, what famous diving contest took place here? That was the Red Bull cliff diving series. This is in an island off Ireland. If you're not from there, you're not going to know it. But we asked the question in Irish and in English. Middle one is a scene, it's from Game of Thrones. It's in the north of Ireland. It's called the Dark Hedges. And the last one is the Giant's Causeway. So my question is, what mythological figure is said to have built this structure? Okay, in Irish and in English. And so we've done this for 20 languages, and we're going to very easily demonstrate is that large language models will not be able to answer these questions. And we're also looking at Arabic-centric language models. So as I said, many of the LLMs are mostly English-focused, even though Arabic is actually one of the world's most widely spoken languages. Over 400 million speakers worldwide. But finding Arabic language data is actually really hard. So only 1% of Arabic content is online. It's not available. Might be in government archives and so on. And it's also expensive to get from offline sources. So people are making a profit on these. Other large-scale multilingual models are claimed to be multilingual. Arabic's very diluted, and Lauren showed this yesterday when he did a translation for Arabic. Everybody laughed, so clearly it wasn't a good translation of from Arabic, English into Arabic. So this is where MBZUI decided to build their own language model for JACE. So if you are interested in playing around with an Arabic language model, this is open source, there's no fee, you just request an account and you can play around with it. I'm just going to say, language models, ChatGPT, do not rely on them. It's not a human. It's going to trick you into thinking it's human. Do not rely on it. Use your own intelligence to assess whether the output is relevant or not, whether it's reliable or not. In the same as we do with machine translation systems these days, we don't throw something through Google Translate and then, we shouldn't print a poster or put out a publication online. It should be proofread by an expert, someone with intelligence, okay? So I would say the same with JACE. But it's homegrown in Abu Dhabi, so in collaboration with G42 and Cerebras. This one is, there's actually a 30 billion parameter version. Not that we're boasting about sizes, because I don't believe in that necessarily being a good thing. But in terms of Arabic, it's one of the best in performance, but also matches English for Llama. So it's English and Arabic. Being continually improved and updated as Arabic content is being collected. And then practical uses, we'll fine-tune it for specific tasks. So we have a JACE Climate now that's able to answer questions about climate and environment, and it's being used in schools to help kids learn and interact in this area. And we also implemented a lot of safety protocols, like Lawrence mentioned yesterday, to safeguard the use. So it will not answer questions that are inappropriate, culturally inappropriate, and so on. Well, what about the dialects? So this is the main question, right? So there's a lot of Arabic dialects. You know more about this than I do. But what we decided to do is we've teamed up with IBM since last year. We have this AI Centre of Excellence where we actually have IBM researchers on campus with us in the NLP department. And what we're trying to do is make an AI more accessible and flexible for Arabic speakers. And this is in terms of improving NLP capabilities for addressing civic, social and business challenges. So we imagine if in any of these regions there might be government services, public services where there's chatbots, you'd like to think that somebody who doesn't have a good command of MSA should be able to ask these questions in dialect and still get an answer back. Or even a mixture of dialect and MSA. And so the same idea, provide personalised customer care, these AI-powered assistants, maybe improve search facilities, and then from a government level enable better fraud detection and so on. So we're first of all starting with the dialects of Gulf, Levantine, Iraqi and Egyptian. And the three main areas of this project is to develop or at least fine-tune a language model that can support these dialects. Build a writing assistant, so for those who are trying to improve their MSA, help them, so even if it's a mixture of MSA, dialect, and a little bit like Grammarly, provide suggestions. And then a question answering system, which would be the basis of these chatbot systems and AI assistants. So to wrap up, I think I'm doing okay, thanks. The main takeaway message from today is that we know that the NLP field, and particularly large language models, are Anglo-centric. This is a fact, and we know this. We also know that there's only a handful of languages that are benefiting from the AI advances that we see today. We also know that tech companies' inclusion of language is usually profit-driven, so we can't rely on them for low-resource languages. What we expect is that many languages will be lost to digital extinction over time if steps are not taken to safeguard them and future-proof them. We also foresee further inequalities and marginalization due to digital language inequality in societies, like I showed you, in healthcare, education, so on. We know that governments then need to step in if the tech industries aren't going to help. And we know that further research and development is needed to safeguard the languages. We can start small. We can build our data sets. We're not powerless, even in the research community ourselves. We can build our data sets. This is what I did from Irish. There was nothing there before. Now we have a whole team of people and the government are taking interest, but it takes a while. We can learn a lot from each other because language is universal and there's certain things that are common to all of us. So my main message here is Ní Náirtgur Cur le Chéile, so there's strength in unity amongst all of us. Gur Maigh. Yeah. So I'm happy to answer questions. I think we've maybe 5 minutes? 7 minutes. Yeah, Lawrence, have we a microphone?
Thank you for the wonderfully clear and persuasive presentation. Fantastic. I have one question. So it may be obvious to many people, but can you explain why we need to safeguard the languages? How do you respond to somebody that says, just let them all die and let everybody communicate in English and then everybody will be able to communicate more effectively?
I've only been asked that question once before, and it was at the Irish Linguistics Olympiad. And I said to the student, is that an English accent I detect? So, same thing. I think we need to be multicultural. We need to retain our multicultural element. We can't just all converge into one or two languages. We're just going to lose identity. So much is ingrained in our language, in our cultures. And if we all just conform to this one World English, for example, yesterday, I mean, English, the colonization across the world has already harmed a lot of languages. So it comes from where your values lie, really. And I think most of us here would say our values should be in our cultures and in who we are, our identity.
Thank you very much. A quick question. What do you suggest we should do with oral languages, languages that have no writing system, or even sign languages?
Yeah,
across
so
the
there is
world?
work going on in sign languages. So in translation of signs between, for example, English, like written text, and it doesn't necessarily have to be English, and then between sign languages where people who speak different sign languages. So there is research going on in that field. It's not funded in the way it should be, in the same way as the low resource languages, but there is changes in this area. For the oral languages, this is a really interesting question. I have some extra slides, so I'm just going to show you on this one. So there's people who would argue that actually a lot of oral languages probably don't need technology. They're doing fine as they are, right? So in some societies, the oral language is used separately, maybe to a written language. And so the oral one is really just for communication across communities, and then they'll have another language that they would use for administration, right, in certain bilingual situations. And then there's a lot of communities and countries who don't want to be in the digital sphere. So we would talk about the Global Information Society. There are some countries who are part of that, and all of Europe is, but there's still some oral languages that don't need to be. We talk about a Sicilian dialect. Okay, so Sicilians will speak Italian, so they can use the Italian language in administration, but they're happy enough keeping the spoken version of Sicilian separate, and they don't need the technology. So there's an argument there that it's a little bit like what I said about the no language left behind. Some languages don't need this technology, and you need to consult with the communities. And so Stephen Bird, and this is a really relevant paper, I suggest you take a picture of this publication here, Decolonising Speech and Language Technology. And so what is basically, and I took this picture, I worked with him on fieldwork in Arnhem Land with Aboriginal people in Northern Australia. And so he was recording local people telling stories in their language so that the language would be documented. But even he himself, after doing this for a year or two, started thinking, why am I doing this? Am I exploiting these people? Am I taking data? What am I doing with the data? Did they give me rights to use the data? And so it's opening up a discussion now about having to involve Indigenous communities, especially with the oral languages, to make sure that they have given permission for people like us to work on it. And do they actually need that technology? And how would they need it? So what Stephen's actually doing now is working in educational technology, trying to help white Australians who want to come in to help learn the local language, and not the other way around, not try to get the Indigenous people to work in English. All right. There's another question here.
Thank you for the very informative lecture. It was really interesting. So just a quick question about the fact that the big companies' data is closed source rather than open source. So recently the New York Times sued OpenAI for copyright infringement.
Yeah.
They said that they were copying or using their data. Similar case happened with an American physicist, Neil deGrasse Tyson, who said that he asked ChatGPT, and the answer about physics was practically the
Word for
same
word.
that he wrote down in his book. So how do we deal with such an issue? So is it possible to demand the tech companies to just at least divulge where they got their information?
Well, there's a lot going on in the background in this area for this very reason. So you might hear a little bit more about it in the future, the AI Alliance. And so there's a large group of us. IBM has sort of pushed it ahead, but it involves other tech companies who care. So IBM, for example, I've worked very close with them. They're very careful about the data that they use in training the systems. And sometimes we'll say, but this is an open set, we know who built it. No, our legal people won't let us use it. And not every company is like that, they'll just scrape. So a couple of the problems with the AI is they took a large corpus called books, which are OCR'd books, which are in copyright, and they shouldn't be. So the AI Alliance is an example. You can Google it, there's information online. It's an example of a large group of us universities and tech companies coming together to say, this is what we recommend, and this should be like a blueprint as well for governments to go to say, this is what we recommend from now on. Obviously, the tech company's so powerful, you can't tell them what to do. But if it becomes a trend and it becomes an element of, this is what the status quo is and this is what we should be doing, and then they're outliers, they might eventually fall into step with it, because people might start frowning upon it. And it's the same in OpenAI, like the controversy with building the data sets. You can Google this yourself. There was, I think it was in Times magazine or something, about the Kenyan workers. So basically, they got a lot of people in Kenya to write these instructions and answers, paid them absolutely pittance, and they had really bad experiences with the data that they were exposed to as well. And so all of this controversy is starting to come out. But there are a large group of us trying to move towards the open source and transparency. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you for this brilliant talk. It's just one question. How helpful is Twitter to training data, since most posts are geo-stamped? So if you scrape data from Twitter, for example, Kuwaiti tweets, so would that help?
Yeah, so we have a tree bank of Irish tweets now, and this is very useful for, well, two things: to be able to build tools that can actually process the text online and see what people are talking about, see trends and so on, but also we're able to see a snapshot of how the language is really being used, right, without being prescriptive. This is, so people will say, oh no, you never say that in Irish, or that can't happen. We have evidence of it all over our Twitter tree bank, that people are using it. There's code switching going on, there's all sort of neologism. It's a very, very interesting field to work in if you work with the social media text.
Yeah. I am now, actually.
Oh, good. Let's talk. I'm here, yeah, all day.
Okay,
Yeah.
Fantastic. That was really, really excellent.
I know I repeated stuff that you
No,
said
no,
yesterday,
no,
but I
no.
know some of
First
the
of all, I'll give you that anyway, just
All
that,
right, thank
just
you.
so that we don't forget. I forget later,
Yeah.
but I've got my workshop to right now, so I forget it. But I want to. A lot of things I wanted to talk about from way to what we were talking about, but I just wanted to also. I know how much work it is to create one of these, and it was fantastic.
For the audience. I like that. I'm second talking to and I like talking to the general.
But I know how much time.
A couple of things sunk in. That's all.
Oh, it was
comment... Est-ce que tu as une idée de comment on peut mettre le diapo là?
Welcome to the second day of the first Linguistic Studies Biennial Conference. I'm going to be introducing Dr. Hani Qutb. Dr. Hani Qutb graduated from Cairo University with a BA in French Language, Literature, and Education. He obtained his master's degree in Modern Literature and French Civilization from the University of Toulon in France, and his PhD in Language Sciences from the University of Montpellier. Dr. Qutb is a participating researcher at the ATILF Research Laboratory in the University of Lorraine, France. He's a member of the Scientific Committee of GERES Journal and the Association of Researchers in Foreign Language Teaching. He founded FOS.com, which specializes in online professional French language teaching, and the Formations Plurals website affiliated with Praxling Research Center. His interests include research on general and specialized French language, methods for developing oral and written skills in French, and distant language teaching.
Allez, bonjour tout le monde. Je vous souhaite, j'espère que vous allez bien. Donc, d'abord, je m'excuse de ne pas présenter ma communication en anglais parce que je ne parle pas l'anglais. I don't speak English very well. Donc, j'aurais aimé présenter ma communication en français. Bon, je sais qu'il n'y a pas beaucoup de francophones, mais mais pourtant, je vais présenter les diapos à la fois en anglais et en français. Donc, dans le cadre de cette présentation, je vais mettre l'accent sur une expérience de l'apprentissage de langue à travers l'intelligence artificielle, surtout à travers l'intelligence artificielle générative, à savoir avec l'exemple de ChatGPT. Donc, Dans un premier temps, à propos de mon cadre théorique, donc je vais mettre l'accent rapidement. Votre conférence était très intéressante pour mettre l'accent sur les différents points théoriques, comme par exemple l'aperçu historique de l'intelligence artificielle. On parle de l'intelligence artificielle depuis les années 50. Hein, on avait lancé cette notion, je pense, en 1956 aux États-Unis, au cours d'un séminaire de Mark Carthy. Et après, à l'époque, c'était une vision centrée principalement sur la mise en place des machines qui pouvaient faire des activités assez complexes. Mais à partir de 2010, on assiste à une grande révolution de concepts qui adoptent l'intelligence artificielle, surtout l'apprentissage automatique, l'apprentissage profond, etc., qui a été développé tout à l'heure dans votre conférence. Et depuis 2022-2023, on assiste à nouveau à une nouvelle génération, à savoir l'intelligence artificielle générative qui a été mise en ligne grâce à des chatbots comme ChatGPT, BERT, etc. Du coup, c'est quoi l'intelligence artificielle? Il y a plusieurs définitions sans entrer dans les détails. Donc, j'ai choisi la définition proposée par Lucan. Il s'agit d'un ensemble de techniques qui permettent à des machines d'accomplir des tâches et de résoudre des problèmes normalement réservés aux humains et même parfois à certains animaux. Donc, il s'agit de développer des machines qui sont capables plus ou moins d'imiter les compétences humaines. Donc, l'intelligence artificielle elle est utilisée dans tous les domaines, dans la santé, dans la justice, dans l'éducation, presque partout. Et ce qui m'intéresse, c'est l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle dans l'éducation. Quand on parle d'intelligence artificielle dans l'éducation, donc on va mettre ça dans le cadre de dans le cadre des technologies éducatives. Donc, c'est quoi les technologies éducatives? Il s'agit de l'utilisation simplement de solutions, de logiciels qui permettent de logiciels dans le domaine de l'éducation. Donc, en fait, on parle de 6 catégories principales de l'application des intelligences artificielles dans l'éducation, à savoir, par exemple, je vais citer ça rapidement, système de tutorat intelligent, jeux d'apprentissage numérique, simulation, réalité virtuelle et immersive, robots éducatifs, cours ouverts massifs en ligne qu'on appelle fréquemment le MOOC. À partir de ces utilisations, on arrive à voir ce qu'on appelle des données éducatives qui concernent la participation des étudiants, leurs performances, leurs difficultés, etc. Donc, c'est quoi l'intelligence artificielle? Et là, on assiste à un nouveau domaine plus ou moins récent, c'est-à-dire l'intelligence artificielle éducative. Qui concerne, c'est un domaine interdisciplinaire. Pourquoi interdisciplinaire? Parce qu'il regroupe à la fois l'informatique, la linguistique, la neuroscience, la sociologie. L'objectif de l'intelligence artificielle éducative consiste à personnaliser l'expérience d'apprentissage. On essaie de proposer un apprentissage personnel qui répond aux besoins de l'apprenant. Proposer aussi un soutien pédagogique adopté aux besoins des élèves et surtout optimiser et maximaliser l'efficacité de l'enseignement. Vu l'importance de l'intelligence artificielle éducative, on assiste depuis plusieurs années à un intérêt international par rapport aux institutions comme l'UNESCO, l'Union européenne, qui essaie de proposer un cadre qui permet de utiliser l'intelligence artificielle éducative. Par exemple, il y a pas mal d'études qui ont été proposées par l'UNESCO où ils mettent l'accent sur la priorité stratégique, les principes directeurs, la planification, l'utilisation inclusive, etc. Bon, quel est l'intérêt d'utiliser l'intelligence artificielle éducative? On peut regrouper les intérêts sous 3 catégories. La première concerne les établissements éducatifs. L'intelligence artificielle permet aux établissements de gérer les inscriptions, les emplois du temps, le contrôle de présence, etc. Pour l'apprentissage, certains chercheurs parlent de la 4e révolution de l'éducation, grâce à des systèmes de tutorat intelligents qui permettent de suivre, d'accompagner l'apprenant tout au long de son apprentissage. Il y a aussi des systèmes de tutorat basés sur le dialogue, et ça c'est très intéressant dans le domaine de l'apprentissage de langue. On a aussi l'évaluation automatisée de l'écriture, robotique éducative, etc. L'objectif de tout ça, c'est d'accompagner l'apprenant tout au long de ses apprentissages, personnaliser la formation proposée, parce que là, en classe traditionnelle, on a une offre de formation qui ne prend pas en compte forcément les différences individuelles. Et là, avec l'intelligence artificielle, on a plus ou moins la possibilité de proposer une formation personnalisée. Et enfin, évaluer sa production. Pour l'enseignement, on peut utiliser les données éducatives produites par les utilisateurs, surtout par les apprenants, pour identifier leurs difficultés, leurs besoins, leurs obstacles, déterminer le problème commun et suivre aussi leur avancement. Donc, à partir de l'intelligence artificielle éducative, comment on peut tirer profiter de tout ça dans l'apprentissage des langues. Donc, il y a pas mal d'applications actuellement qui utilisent l'IA éducative pour personnaliser le cours de langue, comme des sites comme Diago, Lingo, Babel. Il y a aussi, on assiste récemment à l'utilisation de chatbots conversationnels comme BERT, qu'on appelle récemment Gemini ou ChatGPT. Et aussi, il y a pas mal de logiciels qui permettent de corriger le cours les exercices grammaticaux et aussi qui permettent de faire de la traduction automatique. Donc, tout ça, c'est le cadre théorique. Quoi de neuf? Moi, je suis prof de français à l'université du Kuwait, au département de français, et je suis chargé de proposer un cours de grammaire. Ok, donc dans le cadre de ce cours, j'ai 20 étudiants qui ont le niveau A1 selon le cadre bien de référence. Donc l'objectif de ce cours, c'est de développer la compétence grammaticale des apprenants. Comment je peux développer ça? Donc après la mise en ligne de ChatGPT, j'ai eu l'idée d'utiliser ce logiciel, ou bien plutôt ce chatbot conversationnel dans mon cours de grammaire. Donc, je proposais, donc l'enseignant, dans un premier temps, il travaille, il explique les règles grammaticales en classe, devant tout le monde, et à la fin de son cours, il propose aux étudiants d'aller faire des activités, des exercices sur le même thème grammatical, mais avec ChatGPT. Mais comment je peux suivre leurs échanges? Donc, je demandais aux étudiants de copier leurs échanges systématiquement sur un groupe WhatsApp partagé par la communauté d'apprentissage. Donc, pour analyser les données recueillies, donc j'ai adopté une approche qualitative qui permet d'analyser les spécificités des échanges produits. Donc, en analysant les activités réalisées par les étudiants, je trouvais plusieurs catégories. L'activité dominante de leurs échanges avec ChatGPT, c'était l'explication. Donc, souvent, les étudiants avaient tendance à demander à ChatGPT d'expliquer telle règle, le passé composé, l'imparfait, etc. Et pour la réponse proposée par ChatGPT, il y avait une certaine structure. Il commence toujours par la définition. Ensuite, la formation de ton verbal avec des exemples et il finit par des exercices. On a trouvé cette structure fréquente dans les réponses proposées par ChatGPT. Deuxième activité, c'était l'évaluation. Donc, les étudiants demandaient à ChatGPT de proposer des exercices qui permettent d'évaluer leurs compétences grammaticales en langue cible. Troisième activité, c'était la correction. Donc, l'enseignant donnait souvent des activités et des exercices aux étudiants à faire à la maison. Donc, les étudiants avaient tendance à demander à ChatGPT est-ce qu'il peut corriger telle phrase, vérifier telle réponse, etc. Et quatrième catégorie, c'était l'aide à l'apprentissage de la grammaire. Le ChatGPT lui-même, il se considère avant tout comme un outil d'aide. Il commence toujours la première phrase « Bonjour, comment puis-je vous aider ?» On l'a vu hier, how I can help you, commence toujours ces échanges avec l'utilisateur de cette manière-là. Donc, le ChatGPT, il propose pas mal d'aides. Par exemple, il donne des conseils pour l'apprentissage de français, comment l'étudiant peut organiser ses activités en classe, comment il peut améliorer son niveau en français, etc. Et aussi, ChatGPT a permis aux étudiants d'avoir des ressources sur l'apprentissage de la langue. Hein, et par exemple, il a proposé des ressources soit en ligne, des ressources audio, audiovisuelles, des ressources textuelles sur l'apprentissage. Donc, ce qui est intéressant aussi, pour chaque ressource proposée, il donnait un résumé de la ressource pour que l'étudiant puisse savoir est-ce que cette ressource correspond ou non à ses attentes. Pardon. Sixième catégorie, et ça c'est la dernière, et c'était très intéressant. N'oubliez pas, on vit dans un contexte, au Kuwait, on est dans un contexte non francophone, et l'utilisation, la pratique du français est très limitée. Hein, on pratique uniquement le français en classe. Donc j'ai demandé aux étudiants de pratiquer le français avec ChatGPT pendant le week-end sur des sujets de leur choix, sur comment je peux passer le week-end, comment je peux faire des études en France, j'aimerais bien visiter Paris, est-ce que tu peux me conseiller certains endroits touristiques, etc. Et parfois dans les échanges, ChatGPT avait besoin de poser des questions à l'apprenant pour mieux répondre à ses attentes. Par exemple, allez, je suis libre ce soir, est-ce que tu peux me conseiller comment je peux passer mon week-end? Donc il lui a posé, tu habites dans quelle ville? Il lui a dit, ben, j'habite au Koweït. Ah, tu habites au Koweït, donc tu peux visiter le tour du Koweït, tu peux aller au marché d'embarquer, tu peux aller à tel ou tel endroit. Donc c'était très intéressant et ça permet de mieux exposer les apprenants à la langue cible. Surtout, je répète, on vit dans un contexte non francophone où l'utilisation de français est assez limitée. Donc, pour analyser les résultats des étudiants, donc, je trouvais qu'il y avait une certaine amélioration du niveau des apprenants en grammaire. Et là, je trouvais une relation entre le taux d'utilisation de ChatGPT et le résultat des apprenants en cours en présentiel. C'est-à-dire, plus les étudiants utilisent ChatGPT, plus ils arrivent à mieux maîtriser les règles grammaticales enseignées en présentiel. Et là, j'ai trouvé trois catégories. Il y avait le niveau avancé, ce sont les étudiants qui utilisent le ChatGPT régulièrement. Niveau moyen, qui concerne les étudiants qui avaient tendance à utiliser ChatGPT 2 fois par semaine. Il y a aussi le niveau faible, qui concerne les étudiants qui avaient tendance à utiliser ChatGPT de manière aléatoire et très faible. Et là aussi, pour aller plus loin dans l'analyse, je proposais un questionnaire aux étudiants pour savoir est-ce qu'ils sont satisfaits ou pas de leur utilisation des ChatGPT. Ce questionnaire a mis l'accent sur 7 points. Il s'agit de la satisfaction des informations. Est-ce qu'ils sont la satisfaction des informations données? La plupart des étudiants ont été satisfaits. Satisfaction des ressources, bah, ok, il n'y a pas de problème. Est-ce que cet outil favorise l'autonomie? Pour la plupart, oui, c'est à 75%. Est-ce que le ChatGPT permet d'avoir un apprentissage personnalisé? Donc 80% étaient d'accord. L'utilisation du ChatGPT, est-ce que et dans d'autres langues, 95% étaient d'accord. Et enfin, 95% des étudiants avaient l'intention de poursuivre, d'utiliser ChatGPT dans d'autres cours. Pour aller plus loin aussi, pour prendre le point de vue des étudiants, je vais réaliser des entretiens avec les étudiants pour savoir leur réaction à propos de l'utilisation des ChatGPT. Donc, j'ai recueilli, il y avait des réactions positives, d'autres négatives. Par exemple, parmi les réactions positives, bon, je cite, vous pouvez le lire, cela nous aide à comprendre la grammaire, c'est facile pour utiliser, il m'aide pour étudier. Donc là, je cite les réactions des étudiants sans aucune intervention de ma part. Il m'aide à développer ma langue. Mais par contre, j'ai aussi trouvé certaines réactions négatives, par exemple, qui concernent surtout l'inexactitude de certaines informations. Parfois, ChatGPT génère des informations qui sont parfois fausses. Par exemple, parfois, elle me donne de mauvaises réponses. La question doit être détaillée. Là, elle parle de la question, c'est-à-dire la requête. Hein? On doit poser à ChatGPT une requête claire. Donc, la question doit être détaillée, claire, afin d'apporter une réponse complète. Il fait des erreurs dans la formulation des phrases, ok, et dans la traduction. Donc là, ce sont plus ou moins les principales réactions des étudiants par rapport à l'utilisation de ChatGPT. En conclusion, j'ai bientôt fini. Ok, j'ai bientôt fini. Donc, en conclusion, j'aimerais bien mettre l'accent sur, il s'agit d'une expérience plutôt positive, parce que ça permet aux étudiants d'améliorer leur niveau en français, développer leurs compétences grammaticales, trouver des ressources, trouver une aide accessible. Ce qui était intéressant aussi de ChatGPT, c'était un outil, pourquoi on l'a choisi? Parce que c'était un outil facile à utiliser, accessible et gratuit. Et là, ils peuvent l'utiliser sur le téléphone portable. Et là, comme vous savez, avec le téléphone portable, on est devenu des nomades numériques, c'est-à-dire on peut avoir accès aux données n'importe où, n'importe quand. Et pourtant, oui, aussi, d'un point très positif aussi dans l'utilisation de ChatGPT au Koweït, c'est la pratique de la langue hors de la classe. On a un espace, on a une utilisation très limitée de français au Koweït. Donc, le fait d'avoir la possibilité d'être en contact avec plus ou moins une machine, et là, j'appelle ça, ce sont des échanges, ce n'est pas des échanges humains, ce sont des échanges quasi-humains. Pourquoi quasi-humain? Parce que les big data, les données massives, à l'origine, sont des données humaines. Mais ça, c'est la matière première de l'intelligence artificielle. À partir de ces données plus ou moins humaines, c'est la machine, grâce aux algorithmes, qui est capable de générer des phrases et des réponses. C'est pour ça qu'on appelle ça l'intelligence artificielle générative. C'est à deux chemins, c'est entre l'humain et la machine. À partir des données humaines, à partir des interactions humaines, la machine plus ou moins intelligente est capable, grâce à ces algorithmes, grâce à l'apprentissage automatique, grâce à l'apprentissage profond, est capable de générer des données plus ou moins correctes. Mais ce que vous avez développé ce matin, c'est que on est plus ou moins au début, c'est-à-dire le critère maintenant, c'est l'utilisation de ChatGPT, plus ou moins de l'intelligence éducative. Plus on l'utilise, plus il apprend, plus il avance, plus il devient performant. C'est question d'utilisation, ok? Mais il faut aussi souligner certaines critiques. Voilà, on est impressionné par ChatGPT, c'est magnifique, c'est facile à utiliser, c'est tout ce que vous voulez. Mais il y a certaines critiques aussi, il faut rester prudent. La première critique concerne l'énorme quantité de données. L'énorme quantité de données sont réservées aux grandes entreprises, notamment Google et Microsoft. Okay? Et donc, ces grandes entreprises sont des raisons économiques. Ce qui compte pour eux, c'est le gain, c'est l'argent, c'est le business. Donc, et le moteur clé de l'intelligence artificielle, ce que vous avez développé ce matin, c'est le big data, les données massives. Celui qui possède les données massives, c'est la personne ou bien l'entreprise qui va gérer, qui va dominer l'intelligence artificielle. Deuxième critique, concerne la fracture numérique, qui existe déjà entre le nord et le sud. Avec l'intelligence artificielle, ça va accélérer, ça va mieux creuser la fracture numérique entre le nord et le sud, parce que qui possède les données sont plutôt les pays du nord. Okay? Et troisième critique concerne aussi le refus de certaines entreprises d'être soumis à une analyse académique indépendante. Chaque entreprise se dit, ce sont mes données, c'est ma propriété, j'ai le droit d'auteur, donc personne n'a pas la possibilité d'analyser, d'avoir accès à ces données. Donc, face à ces critiques, moi je opte comme l'étude qui a été lancée par l'Union européenne pour une approche humaine. Ok, on ne peut pas tourner le dos à l'intelligence artificielle, ça existe, c'est un fait. C'est comme l'Internet, c'est comme le web social, on va l'utiliser, mais avec une approche humaine. C'est une approche qui prend en compte les valeurs humaines, c'est-à-dire c'est l'outil qui reste toujours au service de l'humain. Ce n'est pas l'humain qui va être au service de l'outil. C'est-à-dire cette approche humaine qui doit favoriser la diversité culturelle que vous avez citée tout à l'heure, la diversité linguistique. Là, pourquoi ChatGPT ou bien BERT sont plus performants en anglais? Parce que la plupart des données sont en anglais. Plus on maîtrise, plus on développe les données, plus on développe les big data ou les données massives, plus le générateur ou bien le chatbot sont capables de mieux répondre à l'utilisateur. Donc, moi, je suis pour une approche eux-mêmes dans l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle, surtout générative, qui prend en compte la diversité culturelle, la diversité linguistique et aussi le contrôle humain. La question se pose si on utilise par exemple le chat GPT ou bien d'autres chatbots dans le contexte éducatif, la question qui se pose, qui pourrait avoir accès aux données? Comment on peut respecter les données de nos étudiants? Comment ces données sont utilisées? Et par qui? Et pour quel objectif? Et quand? Du coup, d'où vient la nécessité d'avoir un contrôle ou bien une législation locale de l'intelligence artificielle? On doit avoir un contrôle local. Il faut aussi prendre, il ne faut pas oublier certains principes éthiques, et ça c'est fondamental. Hein, comme la protection de données, ce que je citais tout à l'heure, il faut protéger les données de nos étudiants. Hein, on ne peut pas mettre ces données de manière accessible à tout le monde. Il faut aussi respecter la transparence. Hein, on doit savoir comment ces données sont gérées, par quel algorithme, et ces algorithmes, quels sont les objectifs de ces algorithmes, comment ces algorithmes sont programmés. Il faut aussi respecter la vie privée des apprenants, parce qu'on peut avoir des échanges sur nos vies privées, qui pourrait avoir accès à ces données. Et enfin, il faut prendre en compte le contrôle humain, c'est-à-dire c'est l'humain qui va contrôler le processus de l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle générative dès le début jusqu'à la fin. Okay? Je vous remercie de votre attention. Oui.
Merci de cette présentation très intéressante. Est-ce que vous utilisez Duolingo, par exemple
Oui, je l'utilise de temps en temps, oui.
Oui. Et est-ce que ça fonctionne avec les étudiants?
J'ai utilisé à titre personnel, mais je n'ai pas demandé aux étudiants de l'utiliser pour l'instant.
D'accord.
Oui.
Un des problèmes que j'ai avec les étudiants, par exemple, si je leur demandais d'utiliser ChatGPT pour interagir de la façon dont tu le fais, c'est que ils vont pas le faire, c'est-à-dire où ils vont passer quelques minutes et ensuite c'est très difficile de les motiver. Je trouve en général de leur demander de faire des choses ou de la lecture, par exemple, simplement de lire même le manuel de classe. Ils n'ont pas beaucoup. Je pense que leur attention est très divisée par des activités plus ludiques qu'on peut trouver sur un téléphone ou peut-être dans les centres d'achat. Et j'ai beaucoup de mal à les obliger à s'appliquer à une tâche de lecture, par exemple. Est-ce que tu as la même expérience?
Mon expérience ici, les étudiants fonctionnent avec le système de bonus. C'est-à-dire, j'ai pris en compte le taux de participation, leur taux de participation sur ChatGPT. C'est-à-dire, ils n'étaient pas obligés de le faire, mais les étudiants qui ont réussi à utiliser ChatGPT ont eu des notes supplémentaires. Et grâce à l'utilisation, j'ai demandé aux étudiants de faire du copier-coller, des échanges avec ChatGPT et de le mettre sur le groupe de WhatsApp. Et ce groupe est partagé par toute la classe, ce qui m'a permis de suivre l'avancement et le travail des étudiants sur ChatGPT. Et ça m'a permis aussi d'avoir le corpus en tant que chercheur. Okay, parce que je ne peux pas suivre leurs échanges, surtout les téléphones portables, etc. Donc, ça c'est un. Et là, je suis tout à fait d'accord avec vous. Avec le téléphone portable, on peut recevoir un appel, un texto, un message sur WhatsApp. On est plus ou moins dispersé sur le téléphone portable. Mais c'était presque un devoir pour les étudiants de faire une activité 2 ou 3 fois par semaine sur ChatGPT. Et pour moi, c'était intéressant, par exemple, pour un cours de grammaire ou un cours de production écrite. Mais j'ai un autre cours de traduction et j'ai resté prudent. Je ne peux pas proposer, je ne sais pas pour l'instant, je reste prudent par rapport à l'utilisation du ChatGPT pour la traduction, parce que qu'est-ce qu'ils vont faire? Ils vont copier le texte dans le ChatGPT, ils vont demander de traduire ça en arabe, en anglais, ciao. Et après, qu'est-ce qu'ils ont appris? Pas grand-chose. Pour l'instant, je reste prudent. Je n'ai pas encore essayé ça. Parfois, ils le font pour traduire tel ou tel mot, mais je reste prudent par rapport à la traduction d'un texte complet. Ça, c'est à creuser. Hein. Pour la grammaire, pour la production écrite, on trouve certaines interactions, des échanges qui permettent plus ou moins aux étudiants de maîtriser les règles grammaticales visées. Mais ça reste à creuser quand même. Voilà. Thanks.
Our next presenter is Dr. Amin Al-Hanna. Dr. Amin graduated from Kuwait University with a BA in English Language and Literature and obtained an MSc and PhD in Computation Linguistics from the University of Manchester Institute of Science and Technology. His PhD was a corpus-based study of Arabic's scientific and technological compounds. His current research interests have focused on onomastics and corpora for several years now from historical and contemporary perspectives. Thanks.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. You can hear me. Good. Thank you. Thank you, Kuwait University. Thank you, KFAS. Thank you, audience, for being here this morning. And organizers, I'm really impressed. We've had such fantastic talks. Thank you very much. So I'm just going to start with the title of my talk, and then So the title of my talk is Corpus-Based Study of Kuwaiti Double-Barreled Surnames. I have an acknowledgement to make first, which is the details I'm presenting are part of Project AE 0123, funded by Kuwait University Research Sector, and this presentation is basically an ongoing research. Okay, so I'm going to start with the outline. I'm going to provide background information regarding the population of Kuwait, and then I'm going to talk about the different Arab names in medieval and modern times. I'm going to move on to Kuwaiti surnames. Number 4, I'm going to talk about the double-barreled surnames in general, and then I'm going to narrow down my scope to Kuwaiti double-barreled surnames, DB surnames, followed by the details of my corpus. Since this work is based on a specific corpus, we need to spend some time talking about this particular corpus. And before I get into the results that we managed to extract from the corpus, I do have some thoughts and considerations regarding names in general. And then I'm going to talk about the methodology. A, B, and C are basically some of the results that we managed to extract from this particular corpus.
I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about, it's just a discussion regarding the distinction between single and double surnames. And then I'm going to talk about semantic relations, which is basically under construction. It is, we are going through the early stage of analyzing possible semantic relations that govern the different elements of the double-barrel surname that I extract. I'm going to provide an anecdote here in number 11, a previous study conducted on Kuwaiti surnames, and then I'm going to talk about future directions of this particular project. And finally, I'm going to conclude this talk. So in the introduction, I'm going to basically say the following, that the indigenous population of Kuwait consists of, Sunni Muslims. The majority is Sunni Muslims, and we do have a minority of Shia Muslims of Arab and Persian origin. Now, we view ourselves as belonging to either families or tribes, okay? But irrespective of how we view ourselves, hundreds of Kuwaiti surnames are single in nature, and they seem to come from the 5 historical name categories that I'm going to display on this slide. So Arab names in medieval and modern times, basically, according to these sources, the Arab names had 5 elements. The first element is a kunya. The second is ism, nasab, nisba, and laqab. So the kunya is basically a technonym. And ism, most of us know, it's a given name. The nasab basically captures the lineage, which is a patronym or a matronym. Nisba is the relational adjective, and laqab is the nickname. And in this particular table that we're going to see several times in this particular talk, contains concrete examples of the 5 elements. The transcription basically reflects Kuwaiti Arabic. Okay, moving on. Kuwaiti surnames. You see, the whole concept of a surname basically appeared around the early 1800s, according to this particular source. So Al-Muhanna and Pranay 2019 presented this study back in 2019 showing that some surname categories are more popular, more common than other surname categories. And here we're talking about the single surname category. So they showed that ism, kunya, and nasab are less common in Kuwaiti surnames than nisba and laqab. So obviously the nisba and laqab seem to be more frequently occurring when it comes to the Kuwaiti surnames. Now, let's talk about Hadar, and then we're going to talk about Bedu. So Kuwaiti sedentary population has a large variety of surnames ranging over the 5 elements, okay? And this is reflected by this particular table. So, for example, the vast majority of Hadar, their surnames could consist or come in the form of an ism, kunya, nasab, nisba, or laqab. But if we move on to the Bedu population of Kuwait, they seem to bear the nisba surname category of their tribe, as shown in this particular table. So you see that this particular table contains the different names of the main tribes in Kuwait, and they all follow the nisba category. It is interesting to see that there seems to be less than 25 main tribes in Kuwait, all of which belong to the nisba surname category. Okay, so let's move on to the double-barrel surnames. Now we talked about the single surname, let's talk about the double-barrel surname. There seems to be, we initially thought that there seems to be a smaller percentage of Kuwaiti surname coming in the form of double-barrel surnames. And I'm going to show you several examples of this particular form of a surname. But before we do that, let's just understand that double-barrel surnames, henceforth, right now, we're just going to call them DB surnames. They are quite common in Europe and in the United States. So they come in two different forms, the unhyphenated form or the hyphenated form. The unhyphenated DB surnames include the former American First Lady, Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis, and the English composer, Andrew Lloyd Webber. This is the unhyphenated form. But the hyphenated form would look like the following, as in the English actor, Daniel Day-Lewis, and the Queen Consort of the United Kingdom, Camilla Parker Bowles. Now the question is, how do double-barrel surnames in Kuwait look like? All right, and this is what they look like. So we could have Al-Buti Butayban, we could have Bin Naji Al-Qina'i, or we could have Al-Khraynij Al-Rashidi. So here we're talking about just random examples. I did not extract these examples from the corpus yet. I'm going to show you all sorts of examples in a few minutes. So this is what Kuwaiti DB surnames look like. Now, in this particular slide, I state what I specifically do. You see, back in 1960, the Kuwaiti Civil Registry was established, and then surnames became required by the government to appear in official documents. So what do? What I do in this particular project, I try to investigate the linguistic and sociocultural factors that determine the structure and the connotations of Kuwaiti DB surnames. In doing so, I try to analyze the semantic relations that govern the different elements of this DB surname. And here we're talking about the head and the modifier. And as I said, this particular stage of my research is at its infancy, it's under construction, so I'm going to show you what's going on in this particular phase. But the project is basically based on a representative corpus composed of names of Kuwaiti voters over 21 years of age who are eligible to vote in 2022 National Assembly elections. The parliamentary elections are coming up soon. And yeah, we're going to talk about this in a minute, yeah? But ultimately, my corpus contained the 5 etymological components that I displayed few minutes ago. All right, so moving on. Let's talk about the details of the voters' corpus before I show you some of the results. Let me just say that basically this particular corpus is readily available and it's public domain. All you have to do is just go to the elections department in the Ministry of Interior, and they're just going to give you the CD of all registered voters in the country. And this is exactly what I did. All I had to do back then is just go to residential Shuwaykh, where the elections department resides, and they just gave me the CD. And basically, this particular database is a list of names, full names, all right? And it's basically tons of Excel sheets. Now, before I show you the details of this particular corpus, we need to sort of understand that the election system in Kuwait has divided Kuwait geographically into 5 constituencies. And if you want to register yourself as a voter, you have to register yourself based on your address. Okay, so this particular corpus consisted of 5 different constituencies with all registered voters. And basically, it looked like something like this. This is what we dealt with all along. Now, let's move on to the details, the meat of this particular corpus. This is what we have. So we have the constituencies, we have the registered males, registered females, and then this is the total. So ultimately, the corpus that I'm using contained more than 600,000 registered names. All right, now just to give you some perspective regarding this and how representative it is, last month, I visited the website of the Public Authority for Civil Information, and this is what I found, that the population of Kuwait is a little under, this is last month, a little under 5 million. Kuwaitis are 1.5 million, a little above 1.5 million, and then we have the expatriates, which means what? It means that the corpus is basically represents nearly 40% of the population of Kuwait.
I know, I understand that there is a 2-year gap. One could argue that there is a 2-year gap, but ultimately I don't think that there's this huge, huge difference in terms of numbers. Okay, so let's move on to number 7, considerations regarding names. Before we get into the methodology and the results, let's just state a number of facts. You see, all our names come from different parts of speech. All right, so if we think in terms of your name as a word, as a regular word, it could be a noun, it could be an adjective, it could, I don't know, it could be a verb, it could be an adverb, but proper nouns are always nouns regardless of their etymology. So let's assume that your name is an adjective. If I use it as a name, it turns into a noun, linguistically speaking, which means what? Like, according to Coates, 2009, like other proper names, a surname is semantically and morphologically distinct from the word from which it comes, which means what? My surname means blissful, and it's past participle. But we need to think that, like other proper names or proper nouns, surnames have no denotational sense, which means what? They're just used as tags, labels, to refer to yourself. And I've said this particular point several times in several presentations. For example, Mr. Baker may not be a baker. Amin is not always honest. Saeed is not always happy. And I'll leave Jamil to your imagination. Now, methodology. All right, so we remember the single surnames. So a single surname could come in the form of a kunya, ism, nasab, nisbah, laqab. So in theory, we should expect 25 combinations of DB surnames in our corpus. All right? So according to the above table, there should theoretically be 25 possible DB surname combinations. So this is what we did. The following steps were taken to extract the DB surnames. First, we reduced the voters' full names to only surnames. Number 2, we extracted the double-barrel surnames, and then we eliminated all repetitions. And finally, I tried to carry out semantic relation analysis between the elements of the DB surname. So let's see some results. This is what we found. Despite the fact that we expected to find 25 possible combinations of DB surnames in Kuwait, I'm not going to go over the whole table, but this is what I'm interested in at the moment. Instead of 25, we only found 22. So there are 3 absent combinations. These are the present combinations, and this is what I'm also interested in. This number here, the total number of extracted DB surnames from the corpus with eliminating all repetitions is a little over 5,000 DB surnames. Okay. Next, results B. These are the absent ones. So ism nasab, nasab kunya, nisba nasab, they're all absent from the corpus. And what else? The third table shows us just random examples of what we found in terms of the existing DB surname combinations and their concrete examples in the corpus. So we did find the ism nisba, nasab nisba, nisba nisba, and so forth. And these are concrete examples of DB surnames. Okay. So in 9, let's just generally talk about the distinction between single surnames as opposed to double surnames and say the following, that traditionally single surnames has meant that personal and social identity can actually be expressed by using just a single onomastic item. But there seems to be cases when this mechanism fails to capture one's identity and one's lineage. And this is probably the reason why we should probably introduce DB surnames in order to clarify the picture. So DB surnames are important because many people share the same surname due to ethnic homogeneity, large genealogical units, and for the vast majority of people, naming children after grandparents. Okay, which means what? It means that there is something that we locals fall oblivious to, all right? Which is the welfare city-state that we live in. So we should not underestimate the effects of the welfare city-state, which involves free healthcare, free education, highly subsidized housing, which nationals enjoy and they seem to live in social seclusion. Seclusion from expatriates in their neighborhoods, in their diwaniyas, school, workplace, and so forth. Which means what? It means that it seems to be the case that we moved from the extended family system to a nuclear family system. And this causes all sorts of uncertainties when it comes to the lineage, how to trace the lineage. And this is probably one of the reasons why we began to witness the emergence of double-barreled surnames. Okay, next. So the presence of 22 double-barrel surname combinations proves that there seems to be a new onomastic trend at work in Kuwait. And double-barrel surnames could be used, as I said, could be used as a tactic to disambiguate people's lineage and their ancestry. Okay, so the addition of a filter name could offer a clear differentiating factor and allows for genealogical trace of lineage. Now I would like to talk about semantic relations. You see, it is very important for us to try and apply these semantic relations on the different elements of the double-barrel surname in order to try and interpret it correctly. You see, semantic relations have been studied by different scholars, and this is what I tried to do. I tried to avoid the abstract semantic relations such as cause, source, or purpose, and I tried to propose or introduce a fine-grained set of relations such as geographic origin, associated occupation, and ancestral filiation. Simply because I wanted my set of semantic relations to be much clearer than the abstract ones. And I'll show you exactly what I mean. So, possible semantic relations could lead to the correct interpretation of double-barrel surnames, and double-barrel surnames were analyzed in terms of the semantic relations between the head and modifier, but I have to admit that this part is quite tricky, simply because, number one, excellent, thank you. So, number one, contrary to the possible morphological structure of English DB surnames, Kuwaiti DB surnames are syntactic in nature, which means what? It means that Arabic allows for genitival structures and adjectival structures, and when it comes to the head modification, head modifier, it seems to be the case that you can go in either direction. But I'll show you what I mean. But anyway, here, this is what I found, that a good number of DB surnames follow the genitive structure, the genitival structure, or sometimes the adjectival structure. Okay, there we go. As I said, this is just an initial analysis of my application of my proposed semantic relations as opposed to what I managed to extract from the corpus. So if we talk, for example, if we're talking about geographic origin, what do we have? We have Mandani al-Failchawi. Geographic origin, is it al-Mahmid Bushahri? Possibly. Okay, so how about number 4, physical attribute? What do we have? Al-Abd al-Muhsin al-Tawil, Ibrahim Bushayba, character traits, المسامح العجمي, البسام القحطاني. Are they accurate? I'm not really sure. I'm still working this out. I have to admit that it's quite tricky to try and capture this correctly. Okay, number 11, the question is, why do we have such higher percentage of DB surnames? So let me just give you a bit of an anecdote, what we did in a previous study on Kuwaiti single surnames. We tried to understand the sociolinguistic function of the definite article, the presence of the L in your name, in your surname. If your surname consists of the definite article. So synchronically, we found that Kuwaitis are more likely to apply for the addition of the definite article than to delete it. Either way, if you want to change your name, let's hypothetically speaking, assume that you want to change part of your name, either your given name or your surname. If your application is successful, it needs to be published in the legal gazette of the state of Kuwait. All right? So ultimately, successful name changes of Kuwaiti individuals or families are recorded in الكويت اليوم, الجريدة الرسمية لدولة الكويت, the legal gazette of the state of Kuwait. Okay, now, what I did back then in that particular study is that I built a corpus of all surname changes within 5 years, between 2015 and 2020. And the focus was, on the instances involving the addition or the deletion of the definite article. I ignored all other types of modifications because the focus in that particular study was the definite article. And this is what I found. And there were around 150 requests for either the addition or the deletion of the definite article. 80% of them wanted to add the definite article, less than 20% wanted to delete it, which means what? It means that surname changes in that particular study, surname changes are 4 times more likely to add than to delete the definite article. Why am I telling you this? Because this is the future direction in this particular study. What I want to do is the exact same thing. I want to focus on a specific period. And I'm going to focus on الكويت اليوم, but this time I'm not going to focus on the definite article. What I want to do is to see how many cases of double-barrel surnames that want to change to single-barrel surname, as opposed to how many of those who have the single surname that want to change it to the double-barrel surname. It would be interesting to see what sort of result we have. Why? Because this is what our corpus revealed. This corpus, the voters' corpus, had a little over 5,000 DB surnames as opposed to little over 6,000 single surnames. So basically here we're talking about a ratio of 5 to 6. I cannot think of a better conclusion than to thank my research assistants. Okay? فجر مساعد الزامل, سمر عبدو رمضان, شيماء إبراهيم الحبيشي, شيماء محمد باقر زادة. Thank you very much, guys. Questions?
Dr. Mhanna, thank you so much for this exciting presentation. I really enjoyed the presentation. My question, that has to do with al-ta'rif, the definite article in Arabic. And I'm particularly interested in the motivation, why the Kuwaiti people are so much motivated to add rather than to delete this particular al-ta'rif. Because as you know, in Arabic we say that the proper names أسماء العالم هي معرفة والمعرف لا يحتاج إلى تعريف. يعني by default there are definitions, and a definition doesn't require any further definition. So just I'm interested in the motivation, semantically speaking maybe, or socially speaking, from a sociolinguistic point of view, what is the motivation behind this obsession with adding the al-ta'rif rather than deleting it, especially when it comes to those who are interested in changing their surnames. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much. Right, so I think the motivation behind the addition of the definite article rather than the deletion of it is prestige. Where does this prestige come from? Possibly, quite possibly, from the royal family. If you notice how the names of the royal Kuwaiti family is structured. So the given name of the royal bears no definite article, but then there is the presence of the definite article in subsequent patronyms up until Sabah family. So this could be one of the main reasons as to why many people would like to have the definite article appearing in their surname. Those who wanted to delete it, I'm not really sure, maybe for practical purposes, possibly. So this is what I have in mind when it comes to why exactly certain people would want the presence of the definite article in their name. Yes, Doctora.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
First of all, thank you so much. This was really interesting.
Thank you.
Actually, I have a couple of questions regarding the methodology that you followed to collect your corpus. First, how did you identify the DB surnames? Did you do this manually to collect more than 5,000 surnames?
This is the reason why I have these names. Yes,
okay.
The vast majority of the work is manual.
Manually done.
Yeah, exactly. And
Okay,
it's not just that. I mean, there are all sorts of irregularities when it comes to the data entry, simply because whoever entered this data involved, fields, and, the field generally could absorb or cater for several characters. So the vast majority, I think, or some parts of the DB surnames seem to fall within the patronym field or the surname field, and so forth. But
Okay,
just
so
to
this
answer your-
annotation is also done manually.
Exactly, yeah, exactly.
And how can you be confident that they realize or they understand that this is a DB surname?
So let me
For
first.
me, for example,
Sure.
if I see a name like Mendani al-Felchawi, I would say Mendani is a name and al-Felchawi is the surname. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I totally agree with you. You need to understand, Doctora, بأن sorry, let me just go back to, there we go. So part of our results relied on intuition. So it's not just following a specific rule, but you need intuition to play a role. So the question, for example, is the word Mendani could be an ism, just as the word abal could be an ism. Why? Simply because of the absence of the definite article. So mhanna is an ism, limhanna is a laqab. All right, so Mendani, the question is based on our intuition. Could there be someone whose given name is Mendani? Could there be a given name as Abal? Could there be a given name as Qabazar, despite the fact that all of them are ism? So intuition here plays a role.
Yes, okay. Well, I just have a small suggestion here.
Sure.
Why wouldn't you use a computational tool
Yeah.
to filter these surnames according to the frequency of these surnames?
It's not just,
It-
yeah,
it-
yeah,
it
I
would
totally
help
agree.
you.
Carry
Yeah,
on,
it would
please.
help them.
Ma'am.
Yes, so the last question, I'm so sorry for taking the mic for a
No,
long time.
no, no.
It's about your methodology and the semantic interpretation.
Which is
Actually, I'm so worried
its
about this.
Yeah, at its infancy, yes.
Yes,
Go
so
ahead.
maybe I understand it's an ongoing project, but I think we need to focus on this part of the study since it's a semantic-based study.
Yeah,
So we need to have like a framework to have reliable interpretations.
yeah,
in the future.
sure.
So that's
You see, in this particular part of the project, I am considering all sorts of possibilities that, for example, use existing software to help me get the correct semantic relation interpretation or analysis. Now, the thing with what I have is that I don't have running text. So all I have are isolated sequences of words, and that's it. So maybe I need to develop my own computational tool, maybe using Python. I'm not really sure. You see, as I said, this particular part of the work is at its beginning, and I have all sorts of ideas. I mean, I know for a fact that there are all sorts of ready-made computational tools that can... Well, yeah, okay, good, yeah, I'll bear this in mind, definitely. Mashkoura, Doctora, thank you very much. Yes,
Okay, yeah,
please, Doctora.
Dr. Amin, thank you for your talk.
Sure.
Well, as a corpus linguist, I think I would rather be cautious with intuition a
Yeah.
little bit.
Yeah.
So if you could please go back to the slide where it shows the Borisly.
Okay.
I think
Or this one
perhaps
maybe? Okay.
Yeah. I think perhaps you're taking the names at face value.
Yeah,
Yeah. For example, Borisly here doesn't mean father of Risley.
sure.
It's from messenger, like Yersel.
That's a
the etymology
possibility.
of it.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
also, I think, don't you think it might be better to put your ears on the ground
Yeah.
a little bit and asking people, so you do ethnographic approach and you combine it, you triangulate it with whatever results you have, and then you have perhaps, since it's an ongoing project, it's
Yeah.
work in progress, so I think it would be better to combine it with interviews, observations, and so on and so forth. So I think results might give you different, I mean, the data might give you different results.
Sure.
I don't know.
Okay.
yeah.
So, مشكور, Doctor. So, Dr. Mohammed Lanizi is proposing that I use probably some sort of a set of questionnaires in order to elicit information from human subjects in general, possibly. Is that what you have in mind? Yeah. Okay. That's definitely a good idea. It's not definitely it's not new to our work because we've used all sorts of questionnaires before. But yes, I see your point. Definitely. Thank you, Habibi. Any other point, question? No? Mashkourin. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Doctor.
you, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, Doctor, you can't be here today, so please join us outside for a brief break and some networking, and we'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you very much.
كريم شوفين كريم ايوه شوفي راح يكون اوكي هذا هو شوفي راح اشغله يس انت النص ربي لوف شو يس ربي Okay, I need to exit the presenter's view. No. I know how to exit the. No. I don't want the presenter's view. Minimize? Okay. I see. Okay, خلاص. Okay. Okay, brilliant.
I think that's it.
All is good, right? خلاص. All is working. Now let's go to the red hall. Okay.
So we're just waiting for the presenter to arrive. Just a couple of minutes.
How much time I have total?
20 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, you can have expert twice more. Okay, so you're in.
Do I need a microphone or just yell?
There's a microphone here if you want, or you can just stand here. It's up to you. You can use this as well if you want to move the mic. And you can use this pointer.
Okay, sure.
You can try it. You can just maybe is it on?
Okay. Yeah, I'm ready.
Hello everyone, thank you for surviving the second day of LSBC, and thank you for being here today. We're having today Dr. Ibrahim Karim, or Karam? Karim Ibrahim. He's an assistant professor and writing program coordinator in the English department at Gulf University for Science and Technology. Dr. Karim Ibrahim is an SLA technologist interested in the application of artificial intelligence, digital technology for second language learning and literacy. He holds a master's degree in TESOL and a PhD in second language acquisition and teaching, both from University of Arizona. And his research interests focus on design of video games and its affordances for language learning. His paper today is about using AI classifiers to identify AI-assisted plagiarism, the Terminator versus the machine. Welcome, Dr. Karim.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for coming. So today I'm going to talk to you about using AI-assisted classifiers to detect or to control AI-assisted plagiarism, the Terminator versus the machine. So in background, the public release of GPT has really transformed every field, from public opinion to education, and the massive abilities of ChatGPT to generate coherent, intelligible language and written text, and specifically has transformed how people communicate. So we see a lot of people in business are using ChatGPT to generate emails, to develop calendars, and this has implications, of course, for every domain, especially education. So the rise of ChatGPT has marked the beginning of a new assisted plagiarism, where students are not only using AI to proofread their text, but to actually generate assignments from scratch in violation of the codes of academic integrity. This has proven to be a threat to the reliability of traditional essay-based assessment that could violate or challenge the validity of college degrees. And this is, of course, more imminent in L2 writing context, where plagiarism is more common than in other classes, possibly because of limited awareness of the construct of plagiarism, or to compensate for students' limited L2 proficiency. But of course, it's a serious challenge in L2 writing classes, especially this is where students get to learn about academic integrity and how to use information appropriately. So this has been a serious challenge for educational institutions around the world, especially that traditional plagiarism detection platforms fail to detect AI content, since it's original content that was originally generated by AI platforms. And there have been a couple of studies that looked at how traditional detection software like Turnitin tried to detect AI content, and they failed dramatically. And besides that, L2 writers had very limited guidance resources in addressing the rise of AI-assisted plagiarism. So I did a little digging on my own. I looked at human detection, and I found that research shows that human detection can be very challenging, especially as AI gets more and more human-like. The texts are very similar to human written, and they are very difficult to distinguish. So I looked at NLP research, and interestingly, I found that there was a growing body of research looking at how to classify text into either human written or AI generated. There were a variety of different techniques used, like watermarking techniques, watermarking AI-generated text so they can be detected later, retrieval-based, which relied on semantic comparison of texts under examination to a database of all AI-generated text. But one of the most prominent approaches was the use of an AI classifier, a fine-tuned classifier, which is a large language model, a pre-trained large language model, just like GPT, that was fine-tuned or specifically trained to classify text. So it was trained on a binary classification task of either breaking the text or classifying a text as either human written or AI generated. And it relied mostly on identifying the modeling or traces of modeling choices that a large language model uses to kind of construct a text. The challenge was usually that you need to train these models on millions of examples to achieve desired accuracy. So I started looking into that, and I found that early research suggested that one specific model, Roberta, which was a fine-tuned version of the large language model BERT, was demonstrated high accuracy in detecting AI-generated text. Now, Roberta and similar approaches are not available to the public, but a lot of commercial companies started to develop their own AI detectors like Turnitin, Cross, Plag, OpenAI, and Writer. And most of these were based on simple classifiers, simple machine learning algorithms that these companies trained in-house. But I was more interested in Roberta-based classifier to test the accuracy of these models in detecting AI. So I picked a couple of classifiers that were based on Roberta fine-tuned classifiers. These were Cross-Plag AI content detector and OpenAI's detectors. They had a first version called GPT-2 output detector that was designed to detect the output of GPT-2 model. And I was really interested in seeing how accurate a model or a classifier based on GPT-2 can be in detecting the output of GPT 3.5. Again, research shows that the more advanced the model is, and the larger the model, the harder it is to detect its output. So I was really curious about how effective and reliable can these approaches, especially Roberta-based fine-tuned classifier, can detect AI text. So I used descriptive research approaches, specifically comparative research, designed to do a performance comparison between the detection accuracy of OpenAI detector and Cross-Plag. I used a set of 120 human-written essays that were written by my students in my class before the release of ChatGPT, just to make sure they were really human. And I generated 120 essays on the same topics using the same criteria. So I fed ChatGPT the same assignment requirements, and I actually matched the topics. So if I have an essay on games or gamification, I had ChatGPT generate an essay according to the same requirements on the same topics to kind of minimize any stylistic differences that could trigger detection. Then I analyzed I used OpenAI detector and Cross-Plag to check both data sets. So that generated 240 originality scores from each detector. So I used Matt Whitney U-test to compare the scores between the two platforms and between the two or across the data sets within the same platforms. I used SPSS version 28 to compare the detection accuracy. I use also confusion matrix, which is a common approach to measure the accuracy and precision of large language model on binary classification approaches. Now, the results were very interesting. I mean, looking first at OpenAI detector and looking at the human data set, I could see that most of the human written texts were classified accurately. Very few cases were misclassified as possibly AI generated. So there was a 13.3% of false negatives. These are human written essays that were misclassified as AI generated, while 86.7% of the essays were classified correctly as human written. Now, when I looked at the machine generated text, only 10 essays, which was 8.3% of the essays, were received more than 5% originality score. So that's a very high benchmark. So I used the 95% confidence interval. That was a very strict confidence interval. And as you can see, most of the essays were classified near the 0 degree or 0% of originality. So it classified 91.7% of the data as AI generated, and only around 8% were misclassified. So you can see through this bar graph that OpenAI detector was able to classify or to discriminate very effectively between human written essays and AI generated essays. I did the Matt Whitney U-test to measure the significance of this test, of the difference, and it found that the difference was very significant at p less than 0.001. So I was able to conclude that OpenAI detector was able to discriminate between the two types of text. Now, looking at cross-plag, we had also very high detection accuracy. It was able to detect 85% of the human written essays as human written, as original text, and that misrepresented or falsely flagged only 15% of text, which was 18 essays. Also for the for the AI generated text, 92.5% of the essays were correctly classified as AI generated, and only 7.5% were false positive, were classified as human or as original text when they were not. So as you can see, also cross-plag was very effective in discriminating between AI-generated text and human-written text. I did also a Matt Whitney U-test to measure the difference and see if the difference was significant or could be traced back to random variability. And the test revealed that there was a significant difference between the two sets, suggesting that cross-plag was able to discriminate between the two data sets effectively. And this is a cross-platform comparison between the platforms. So you can see that both platforms, so GPT or OpenAI detector in blue and cross-plag in purple, you can see that they were able to classify text equally well. I did a cross-platform comparison to see if there was a difference between their ability to detect, and I found that GPT output detector was more efficient and accurate in detecting AI-generated text than cross-plag, which was surprising to me because even though both platforms were based on the same model, Roberta fine-tuned classifier, cross-plag was a privately owned, privately trained model that was paid. It's a paid service, so I expected it to be more sensitive to text, whereas OpenAI's classifier both a free version and it was based on GPT-2 model. So it was trained on data from GPT model, but it was more effective than cross-plag in detecting data generated by GPT 3.5. Now, that led to a number of key findings. So on average, OpenAI detector could discriminate between human-written and machine-generated text with an 89.2% accuracy. Cross-Plag also could classify text effectively with an average of 88.75% accuracy. Both detectors had comparable classification accuracy, but both detectors misjudged some human-written and machine-generated samples over some parameters. And interestingly, both classifiers misclassified the same documents. So it seems that there are some parameters that AI classifiers are still confusing text around. I noticed also that Cross-Plag was more sensitive to machine-generated text, so it was more accurate when detecting machine-generated text, while OpenAI detector was more sensitive to the configurations of human-written text and was less likely to produce false positive, i.e. misjudging human text as AI. So both classifiers were prone to making mistakes, but Cross-Plag was less likely to misjudge AI text, while OpenAI's classifier was less likely to misjudge human text. I concluded that the detection accuracy for both platforms were almost identical, given that the small difference could be attributed to random variability, and that both platforms had similar challenges with specific text generation or text design configuration that caused them to produce false negatives and false positives for the same text. And generally speaking, it was clear that based on data from both platforms that Roberta-based classifier could detect AI-generated text with an average accuracy of 89%. So both experiments demonstrated that GB2 trained, both platforms were trained on GPT-2 data. Using Roberta-based classifier could detect ChatGPT or GPT 3.5 text effectively. However, the detection accuracy needed more, could be fine-tuned or could be improved with further training. And these results were found that it was about 90% effective in detecting abstract. And they also support Sulaiman et al.'s conclusions that classifier detection accuracy is affected by the model size, and it's more challenging to detect the text generated by larger model. Also, it was interesting that the high accuracy of these models, given that they were trained on GPT-2 data, but they were able to identify the results of a more developed version, which was GPT 3.5. So that suggests that language models or language classifiers are more effective when they detect the outputs of their own model. So essentially, the detector is going to be more effective in detecting GPT output when the model is trained on GPT data. So this high degree of detection, despite dealing with the generation of more advanced versions, suggests that machine-generated texts have distinctive characteristics that machine classifiers can identify and use to detect AI-generated text. And the high degree of effectiveness of Roberta-based classifiers demonstrated in this experiment suggest or support Lou's and Sulaiman's conclusions that Roberta-based models can produce very accurate or effective and robust performance in detecting the outputs of other models. So in conclusion, I believe that AI-based classifier can offer viable resources for detecting machine-generated text and controlling AI-assisted plagiarism, even though they need some fine-tuning or they need further training to achieve higher accuracy. So ironically, it seems that just like the movie franchise Terminator, when the human resistance relied on a Terminator to beat the machines, it seems that probably the best way to beat AI generation or AI-assisted plagiarism is to use the AI, the machine, or the Terminator, against the machines to use an AI-based classifier to detect attempts to plagiarize using AI. Now, these findings have a few implications. So one of the main implications is that you can use OpenAI and cross-flag detectors to double-check suspected essays for AI-assisted plagiarism. Of course, there are limitations to every platform, so it might be a good idea to double-check or run flag text in both detectors to double-check the results. Since available classifiers might misevaluate human written text as machine generation, educators should not base their judgment on academic integrity decisions solely on detectors analysis and use other approaches like interviewing students on the content of their work. And finally, Roberta-based classifier appear to be relatively effective in detecting AI assisting plagiarism. So major plagiarism detection platforms should integrate more Roberta-based classifier in their system rather than train their own baseline classifiers from scratch. And interestingly, before my study was published, they started doing that. So companies like Turnitin, instead of training their own simple classifier from scratch, they started with a simple classifier, but it wasn't very effective, so they switched to an open source fine-tuned classifier, and they used a similar approach to Roberta to train it. So I guess I had a point. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Karim, for a great presentation, and thank you for bringing The Terminator, because it's one of my favorite movies. We can take questions from the floor. We can get Mike here.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I want to ask, has your classes changed the last 4 years? Has your classes changed because of your findings here? Like, what are you doing to basically check to see plagiarism? Are you training your students to actually use and integrate AI properly, or do you just outright ban the thing and tell them, if you use AI, you're getting a 0? Thank you.
Our have changed a lot over the past years because of the rise of AI. And have ChatGPT do it for me. This is especially relevant to major projects so that they can do at home. So one thing I did was changing the assessment for my course. Because I'm also the writing program coordinator, I kind of have changed the major assessment from being take-home projects to more in-class exams. So this was one technique or one way to get around the use of AI. Another was to engage students in the types of activities that AI is not very effective with. And these are usually things that involve personalization or personal reflection. So this is a task that's still AI. So asking AI to analyze a scientific topic is going to be very easy, but asking AI to reflect on a personal experience is very challenging. So focusing more on personal reflection activities and topics of personal relevance and reflective writing was another thing that I focused on more in terms of assessment design to minimize the potential of AI to help students get a good grade that they didn't work for. So the point here was, even if they use AI, even if the AI can do it, it's going to present a very crappy and incoherent essay that the student will end up failing anyway. Another thing is we started using AI detectors. So we had already a subscription with Turnitin, but research shows that Turnitin is not the most potent or the most accurate on the market. Some studies suggest that it's like 90% accurate. Other studies suggest that it's around 40%, 45% accurate. So actually right now I'm doing another study similar to that, but I'm evaluating Turnitin. So we started exploring other platforms on the market. I encouraged the faculty in my program to check suspected student work in several platforms, and we have updated our plagiarism policy to include the use of AI content. So if they have their papers generated from scratch using AI, they get penalized. Like if the whole paper is AI generated, they get a 0. If it's partially generated, they lose some grade depending on how much of their content is AI generated. Now, with regards to whether I reject it completely or embrace it to a certain extent, I believe that we cannot reject AI. It's becoming a fact. Admin assistants are using it. Those students are using it, and they are going to use it when they graduate to communicate. So I think we need to train students on proper use of generative AI. This is kind of what I started introducing in one of the projects in my course, where students work on a multimodal presentation. And as part of developing, in this presentation, they kind of create a blog, multimodal blog with multimodal content, including images, sounds, videos. And in the process of developing that blog, I train them on proper use of AI. So I give them specific guideline as to how they can use AI content and cite it properly within the terms of fair use. So my answer would be like, teach them how to use it ethically and responsibly, and definitely not try to ban it because we can't.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Coming back to the study itself, we know that the prompt itself can dramatically affect the results of what GPT would output. So how reliable were the results you found? Did you test different prompts when you looked at the output?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I didn't get into a prompt engineering because I would have had too many factors to consider. And given that the data didn't have homogeneity of variance, so I couldn't use parametric statistical analysis. I had to use non-parametric. So I had to isolate this factor. So to make sure I had consistent results, I used the same assignment sheet that I gave to my students with the assignment requirements and expectations to generate all the articles from ChatGPT, and they use the same exact phrasing for every single sample.
If you added at the end of the prompt and write in a way that won't be detected by an AI detector,
so
you prompt the AI to say, when you output the output, write it in a way that won't be detected by an AI detection system. Would it dramatically affect the results so that it becomes from 95 to like 25?
Okay, that's a great question. So there's some research suggests, again, this is a new field of research, but there are a couple of studies that show that, paraphrasing, text spinners, humanizers, and prompt engineering can lower the detection accuracy of almost all the detection approaches available in the market. So I'm actually writing a literature review article right now about all the different approaches, and all of them, watermarking, retrieval-based, fine-tuned classifiers, statistical classifiers, simple classifier, none of them is immune to text modification, especially paraphrasing. And recursive paraphrasing would evade detection, like the detection accuracy would drop from 80 or 90% to like 20% after 5 iterations of paraphrasing, and the meaning would remain coherent. So that's a major challenge, but from what I'm looking at, most of the detectors are training their classifiers to detect paraphrased content, like CopyLeaks is one of the companies we had a meeting with to explore their software, and they claim that they have trained their software to detect paraphrased text, Also, Turnitin have recently announced that they trained their detector to detect that, but whether this is true or not, this has to be empirically validated. But this is definitely a concern.
Very interesting, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for the lovely talk. Very insightful, very up to date. We appreciate that. At KU, we primarily use Turnitin, and the issue, I don't know about the other classifiers, but if the issue is that every time you upload a paper and it gives you a result of similarity for comparison, it also reports the connection to the institution. So if you keep reporting those results, your institution will get a bad reputation for being, you know, the whole institution being significantly a plagiarizing body. Given the fact that students and even advanced researchers don't even know sometimes that you can plagiarize yourself, how do we prevent and resolve this issue? What is your biggest advice?
My biggest advice to resolve plagiarism? I don't know. That's a very challenging question. Because, well, I mean, plagiarism had been studied and researched forever, but it's a very complicated challenge, especially in the Arab culture where the concept of plagiarism is very legitimate. Like, until students graduate high school, they are told that, okay, you can borrow from other texts, and they are not told that this is a form of cheating or stealing. So the whole concept of plagiarism is very challenging for students to grasp. And add to that the pressures of grading and the stakes that the grade will, how the grades will affect their lives. I think it's very challenging to find an ultimate solution to plagiarism. Training them on ethical use and proper use is one approach. I think also that encouraging them to express themselves, not to practice for the test, but to kind of practice for their own learning. So making learning or making writing practice more of a personally meaningful practice rather than an assignment that you need to do for the grade. So kind of, I would say, finding an intrinsic motivation for the students to write because it helps them achieve a personally meaningful goal. And I've seen this happening with my previous research on game-based language learning. When students were interacting with a video game in a foreign language, there was no test, but they wanted to play, they wanted to have fun. So they were interested in learning the language and practicing and taking their chances communicating with a native speaker in a foreign language because there was a real motive. They wanted to play and have fun. So they took their chances. Whereas in formal institutional context, they don't have that motive. There is always that intrinsic motive of the grade and the high-stake examinations. So I would suggest raising awareness, monitoring their development, working more on process-oriented or process-based approaches to writing. So the emphasis is on the process of developing the text, not the product. Using less high-stake testing and more project-based assessments. Using more performance-based assessments that evaluate students in class on how they perform, not on the product. So the emphasis is on the process, not the product, and the motive is on expressing themselves, not getting the grade. I guess that's...
Thank you, everyone. Thank you again, Dr. Karim.
Thank you so much, everyone.
So the second speaker is cancelled. He couldn't make it, so we're having a break. So you can join the Red Hall with Sanshiro Ishikawa in the Red Hall. But we'll be back here for the keynote speaker, Dr. Robbie Love, in about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Don't forget your glasses or what's here? Yeah, okay, perfect.
Guys, there's no session. We have a session in the Red Hall. So if you can go to the Red Hall. هني ما في. After 25 minutes, we have another session. Thank you.
Okay, خلاص, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I'll nip to the loo in a second. I'm just going to get my laptop out.
need any help?
I think
Is it on?
right. I'll just turn it on. Yes.
Yeah? Testing,
Yes.
1, 2, 3.
It's getting quite a lot of
So,
sort of a lot of movement.
do you need 55 minutes or 50 minutes, or when do you want me to approach the podium so that you know it's almost done? When?
I think let's go for 50.
50.
And if I
I'll come
take
closer.
55, then
Okay, I think 55 is the whole thing.
yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay.
I think so.
Okay. In which case,
But we don't
I'll
have to
go
have
for.
questions, it's okay if you think.
No, it'd be good if there was some time. I'll aim for
50 minutes?
45.
Okay, whatever.
And we might.
I'll come closer. Okay.
45 to 50.
Okay.
Yeah. But
Okay.
yeah, it'd be good to have 5 minutes. At the
Yeah,
end.
okay, good. This is my, I got it from internet.
Oh, great.
Lecture, she works in the department as well.
Yeah.
Corpus English, specializing in, member of the center.
Yeah. Yeah. This is all.
Before joining, that's it. And
Yeah.
his research, and I would mention.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah. That's great. Thank you.
I don't want to take much of your time, so.
That's
it's
yeah.
shorter, I
No.
usually,
Yeah. No. That's wonderful. Thanks.
Okay, that's good. I need to know the time. 2:20. We have 4 minutes.
Yeah. Fine. I think there's
It's 2:30 we should start, so we have 4 more minutes.
I
Yeah.
think there's a. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
If you just tell people, no, we're going to start soon. Lana,
I
this is
think
the only
there's-
session, it's a keynote.
There's a coffee break after this, right?
There's a coffee break after this, is there?
Yeah. So I
maybe.
think, if there's,
They just
if we
have
don't
to-
start on time, then
Yeah, of
no,
course.
it's not a massive problem. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah, better to wait for the audience. Yes, you are right, you have a coffee break from 3:30 till 4.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, thank you. Oh, sure, yeah. Oh, that's fine.
So we do have some audience, but we'll give it a minute or two.
Fine, yeah, fine.
Boss, shall we start? Yeah? Assalamu alaikum jami'an. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to this afternoon keynote presentation titled The Democratization of Corpus Linguistics by Dr. Robbie Love. Robbie Love is a lecturer in English language at Aston University. He works in the Department of English Languages and Applied Linguistics in the School of Social Sciences and Humanities. He is a researcher and educator in English language and linguistics, working in the areas of corpus linguistics, applied linguistics, and discourse analysis. He is a corpus linguist specializing in contemporary spoken discourse, and he advocates for the application of corpus approaches to address societal challenges. Dr. Love is a member of the Aston Center for Applied Linguistics, within which he is a co-director of the Aston Corpus Linguistics Research Group and host of the Aston Original Corpus Cast podcast. He is also a member of the Aston Institute for Forensic Linguistics. Before joining Aston, Dr. Rob held research positions at Cambridge University Press and Assessment and the University of Leeds. He completed his BA, MA, and PhD at Lancaster University, where as a member of the ESRC Center for Corpus Approaches to Societal Science, he was lead researcher on the design and construction of the spoken British National Corpus of 2014. His research draws upon methods from corpus linguistics, applied linguistics, and discourse analysis. Without any further ado, please help me welcome Dr. Robbie Love. Robbie?
Thank you for that introduction, and thank you for coming along to this session. Thanks also to Mohammed and all of the organizers for this wonderful conference. I must say the hospitality and the warm welcome that I and the other guests have received has been just wonderful. So it's been a great couple of days. And my intention is not to ruin it for you now. So let's see how we go. The title of my talk is rather vaguely called The Democratization of Corpus Linguistics. And so I'm going to attempt to explain what on earth I mean by that. And really, I want to consider sort of three main areas here. I want to go back in time to sort of long before I became involved in corpus linguistics. and discuss kind of the path that the field has taken, particularly with regard to the emergent sub-discipline, if you will, of corpus linguistics that's now known as applied corpus linguistics. And really this is the lens through which I consider this idea of the democratization of corpus linguistics, i.e. the way in which corpus linguistics has become more accessible, portable, and user-friendly, and visible within and out with academia, and considering essentially some of the implications of this, both positive and potentially challenging. I'll lean into my particular interest in spoken corpus linguistics to provide a couple of examples, both with regard to the design and also the analysis of large spoken corpora. And then I'll briefly consider what might be next, and perhaps with the theme of this conference and many of the talks we've seen over the last couple of days, perhaps it might be obvious at this stage what I'll be talking about at the end. I will say, though, a little gimmick I'll be employing during this talk is, as you heard, I'm a host of a podcast. Who isn't these days? What else do we possibly need in the world other than another man hosting his own podcast? But there you go. Corpus Cast, the podcast about corpus linguistics and what it can do for society, has been running for a couple of years now. We're up to 27 episodes, I believe, and counting. And I'll be introducing a few quotes from some corpus friends from around the world who have said and reflected on relevant themes throughout. So, let's begin with the emergence of applied corpus linguistics. Really, to start with, let's kind of set the scene and think about applied linguistics on its own. Of course, we're all interested in this, that's why we're here, and this is the major theme of the conference. The real-world application, the impacts on society that the study of language can have, and we're all aware of the many countless examples in which applied linguistics has done great things over a number of decades at this stage. You can trace back applied linguistics roughly to the 1940s, when the first applied linguistics journal, Language Learning, was established in 1948. And really, when we talk about how applied linguistics and corpus linguistics kind of married together, we kind of started this theme of language learning and related concepts, because that was sort of one of the initial areas of interest where corpus linguistics began to make a contribution. And it really has contributed to the evolution of applied linguistics as to how we know it today, a highly multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary collection of all sorts of different areas of inquiry, somehow related to language. And so we'll be considering the ways in which corpus linguistics, in its combination with applied linguistics, has almost created its own kind of, carved out its own space within both of these worlds. And so let's think about corpus linguistics on its own now, and the earlier days, I suppose, of corpus linguistics, which again, in its own right, its own merit, has very much grown and become something quite a lot bigger than what it was initially. And this is where I'll introduce the first quote from one of my podcast guests in a moment. But in the earlier days of corpus linguistics, of course, it was much more of a niche activity done by specialists who had, I suppose, a curiosity about what could be done with computers and language and counting words and quantitative approaches to the study of large data sets. Of course, over time, as inevitably it grew, this changed. But I kind of want to set the scene that initially we can consider corpus linguistics to have been a bit more of an exclusive club. Not necessarily that a lot of other linguists on the outside were banging on the door to get in, and we'll hear of at least one or two examples of the early skepticism that there was about corpus linguistics. And so here are some of the features that you can identify of how you might consider corpus linguistics relatively earlier on. Stephanie Avert, who was on the podcast in the first year in which we ran it, who's been in corpus linguistics for over 2 decades now, she said that when I entered the field, it was a fairly small, tightly knit community where people were using similar methods. By now, I think corpus linguistics has matured into a discipline in its own right. And I think this really is a nice way of conceiving of how corpus linguistics has developed over time from a niche sort of exclusive club to something that is a lot more portable and widely applicable in a range of diverse areas. From a more practical perspective, what did corpus linguistics actually look like in terms of building a corpus? I mentioned I'm interested particularly in spoken corpora, and I spoke with Baz Art, who is the director of the Survey of English Usage at University College London, and he talked about how the original Survey of English Usage corpus that was developed from the 1950s to the 1980s, very, 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 very early on in the life, if you will, of corpus linguistics, pre-computers in terms of gathering data. Imagine recording people having conversations with each other using massive tape recorders, and these were stored not digitally on what he described as these reel-to-reel machines, and then you'd have people sitting for months, years on end, manually identifying individual parts of speech before part of speech taggers and other automated ways of doing these things existed. It was a very laborious, manually intensive bit of work, particularly in spoken corpus compilation, to actually get yourself at the point where you can start doing the linguistics part of corpus linguistics. Of course, a lot has already changed since then, as we'll see. But in terms of some of the early examples of applied corpus linguistics, really, I suppose the big example we think of first is in lexicography. And in the 80s and into the 90s, we saw examples of this, particularly the work of John Sinclair at the University of Birmingham in the United Kingdom with the CoBuild project, the first sort of comprehensively, fully corpus-informed dictionary. A great deal of work went into that, a large team of researchers working on the corpus data to convince people that actually looking at what people do with language could really inform producing a dictionary by observing which features are more common or typical and which senses of words are more common or typical in particular circumstances. And related to this, of course, is development in language teaching as well. And there's been an awful lot of activity in the language teaching industry, particularly the English language teaching global ELT industry, for how corpus approaches in various contexts that are relevant here can contribute to helping people learn language. And there are a range of what have been described as indirect and direct applications related to, for instance, the production of materials, similarly to lexicography, doing corpus research to inform the ways in which we describe and account for linguistic features, but also in actually teaching through corpus linguistics, an approach known as data-driven learning. And this is sort of related to the earlier development of applied linguistics, which was and still is, very heavily interested in language learning, but many other things now. It makes really no surprise that this is kind of one of the earlier areas of application of corpus methods. I mentioned skepticism, and Mike McCarthy, who has done an awful lot of work in producing English language teaching materials that are corpus-informed, and also in building corpora to help do that, wrote and also will appear in an upcoming episode of the Corpus Cast podcast to discuss this, about some of the early skepticism, in this case specifically with regard to language learning and the use of corpus methods and the use of corpora to inform teaching materials. And he wrote that teachers at conferences and others said that they didn't want to hear about the grammar of Ron Carter, his colleague he worked with to build one of the corpora they use, Ron Carter and Mike McCarthy's semi-literate friends. The idea that why would we want to hear what random members of the public are doing with language, including those of lower social classes that were sort of looked down upon with a bit of snobbery. Why on earth would we want to learn English from people like that, everyday people? Of course, their counter-argument was, well, these are among the population of speakers of this variety, and we're describing what people actually do with language, an empirical approach. Another criticism, which is more related to corpus design and the influence of varieties of English, in this case in the English language teaching industry, was that in this case the CAN code corpus that I'm referring to, almost exclusively British English, being used to inform English language teaching materials in a variety of global markets with speakers of English in many, many different parts of the world. And so there was the question around, you know, should British English be seen as the ultimate target, so to speak? And we heard interesting discussion around global varieties of English yesterday in Tobias' talk too. So there were some early criticisms, and I'm not necessarily, certainly not disagreeing fully with all of them, but I think the point is that there was a lot of early work to convince people that in some way, shape, or form, corpus linguistics could be used outside of simply within linguistics itself, looking at how language works. And then really, roughly from the turn of the millennium, we start to see what corpus linguistics really looks like a lot more today. And this is where, through a range of factors, we can trace and make an account for the democratization of corpus linguistics, a rapid increase in the accessibility, visibility, and portability of corpus methods to a much more diverse range of interdisciplinary applications. We think about the ways that computer technology has changed in the last few decades. The fact that now I can, if I want to, grab my smartphone and log into Sketch Engine and start to search a corpus right on my phone. I'm not saying I'm going to necessarily write a journal article on my smartphone, but the fact is we now have much more readily accessible access to corpus data than before, opening up the field to many, many more people who may be interested in looking at language in this way than was possible previously. Mike Rundell, who another lexicographer, talked about how in the early 2000s a Sketch Engine, and we've heard about Sketch Engine at this conference as well, was being developed. This, you know, changed things substantially, in this case with building written corpora from the internet. Suddenly you could build, as he described, a 2 million word corpus in under 15 minutes. Completely revolutionizing what was conceived of as being reasonable in terms of the scale and the speed at which corpus data could be gathered and prepared for analysis. And this is one of the few mentions, actually, of this concept of democratization, specifically in the context of corpus linguistics. He said that all of these things to do with gathering text from the web, cleaning, automatically lemmatizing, and part-of-speech tagging, etc., all of this has, in a sense, democratized access to language data. And access to language data is certainly one of the key features that has helped the field grow and gain the status that it has today. You don't have to work for a large publishing company to be able to use a corpus. And so we're starting to see this idea that corpus linguistics as being something exclusive to specialist teams and commercial teams and requiring an awful lot of computational kit and a lot of funding. This is starting to change at this point, and it's becoming much more accessible. Similarly, of course, we talked about access to corpus data, but corpus tools have also come an awful long way. And really in the 2000s was when we started to see the real development of a lot of the corpus tools that are still popular today. Sticking with Sketch Engine for a moment, but Lawrence, you'll be happy to hear we'll be coming on to Ankong as well, so yeah, you can pay me later. But sticking with Sketch Engine for a moment, I spoke with Milos Jakubicek, who runs Lexical Computing, the company that operates Sketch Engine, and he was talking about how they offer over 100 languages in Sketch Engine, and they have dedicated support for all of these languages. Again, a decade or 2 decades prior to this, that was unthinkable, but another sort of byproduct, if you will, of the expansion of the accessibility and the visibility of corpus linguistics is that it's become a lot more diverse in terms of language varieties. And this can only be a good thing, right? I still think that English is, and I'm going to sound like a hypocrite because I'm part of the problem that I'm about to describe, but English does still dominate corpus linguistics. We've considered some of the reasons for that in terms of the global status of varieties of English around the world, but certainly things have changed an awful lot in terms of the representation and access to a wide variety of other languages. And interestingly, Milos talked about how they still put an awful lot of time into having, dedicated L1 speaking experts to support with the maintenance and development of these different languages in Sketch Engine. And he said that these languages need some care, particularly because we're still convinced that linguistically informed methods for many applications work better and are worth the effort, despite living in the era of large language models. Now, we'll return to AI towards the end of my talk, but I think what he said was really interesting and something that certainly in this period, a very exciting period in which we live in the year 2024, where a lot of the discussions around AI have been about this is all really cool and it can do these really good things, but we don't really know what's going to happen next. And I certainly feel the same way. I do think that linguistics needs to stay in corpus linguistics and other disciplines of linguistics. It might seem like a bit of a silly thing to say, but I sometimes feel, and I'll return to this at the end, but I sometimes feel that linguistics could kind of fade away into the background in terms of the methodological decisions and approaches we're taking being actually informed by linguistic theory and what makes sense according to what we know about how language works. So it's really reassuring to hear somebody running, one of, the major commercial corpus tool, defending the study of language with a human at the helm, as opposed to deferring entirely to all of the exciting things that are and will be possible through AI, speaking sort of broadly defined, so to speak. Here you go, Lawrence. Lawrence appeared on the podcast recently, just at the beginning of this year. Don't we look happy to be there? Sort of grimacing. I should say that the way that I take these pictures is terribly awkward. It's quite funny, actually. We record the episode, and then at the end, I always want to do it at the end when they're relieved and happy that it's over with, and they're more likely to smile for me. But obviously, we're doing it online, and I just screenshot the screen. So it's very underwhelming. We just sort of awkwardly stare at each other through the camera and smile, and then I just press a key on my keyboard, and then it's done with. Anyway, that was our one. I think, I should rank these one day. I think we're up there. It's a pretty good one, Lawrence, so thank you. Anyway, what did Lawrence say? Well, you could read it out himself. No, don't worry. This is about Ankong and the ways in which people from seemingly kind of, I don't want to say random, but a lot of different contexts are reaching out to use corpus tools to help them do something that they want to do with language. And what Lawrence said, whether he remembers saying this or not, I don't know, but he did say this, that there were people in high schools contacting him to use Ankong to teach basic reading and writing. Microsoft were getting in touch with their technical documentation. The Bank of England wanting to do something with Ankong. Translation studies, textbook writers, etc. And something that Lawrence said, which I thought was really interesting and relevant to my talk here, is I would say any time that you're basically interacting with language, there might be an opportunity to use Ankong to do the analysis. And this, to me, I think is wonderful, but one of the things that I will return to later is the idea that more and more people who might be interested in language but not necessarily are linguists are getting into and interested in taking some of the tools and approaches from corpus linguistics to do something. And I think that is a great opportunity, but a potential risk, of course, in terms of defending, I suppose, the rigor and the quality of the approaches that we've collectively as a field been developing over a long period of time. Another factor in the democratization of corpus linguistics is, I suppose, a byproduct of these other things I've already talked about, is visibility. We started to see the establishment of centers that are more explicitly aligning themselves not just to corpus linguistics, but in some way the applications of corpus linguistics in various areas, particularly those that do something with discourse analysis or corpus-assisted discourse studies, CADS. And I've just given some examples in the UK because that's where I'm from and I'm most familiar with that context. Just a few examples of within the last couple of decades, research centers that have won funding or otherwise persuaded their university to allow them to set up a center to bring people together and apply corpus methods to a variety of different areas and with different impacts. And more recently, we've seen explicit use of the term applied corpus linguistics in academic publications, book series. Most recently, a journal was established by Eric Frigonell and Paul Thompson, Applied Corpus Linguistics. And they, in their sort of rationale for setting up this journal, given that there are already a number of corpus linguistics journals that, of course, publish research that is applying corpus linguistics outside of theoretical linguistic inquiry, why did they, want to set up an applied corpus linguistics journal separately? They said that corpus research is no longer confined primarily to the study of linguistics and to generalized language description, but now applied in diverse fields. And they've listed just a few examples of some of the areas that corpus linguistics now routinely contributes. And so, we put all of this together, and of course, inevitably, there's a much bigger appetite for corpus linguistics, people wanting to learn about corpus linguistics. We see corpus linguistics featuring much more prominently and explicitly in linguistics degree programs, English degree programs, all around the world, other languages as well. And then we also see summer schools and training courses. Perhaps one of the notable examples that I'm mentioning here, again, because it was discussed on one of the episodes of CorpusCast, was Lancaster University's MOOC, massively online open course, or I can't remember which way around it is, MOOC, MOOC, on corpus linguistics, method, analysis, interpretation. It's been running for 10 years now, and I was there doing my postgraduate studies when they were developing the MOOC, and I remember the excitement around that, and I remember completely naively, and happy to admit I'm wrong, why on earth are people going to want to study something completely online and not turn up to a campus and attend classes and things? And of course, how things would change only a few years later. But what was very interesting was the popularity of this course, just as one example. In their first year, 10 years ago, they had 20,000 people sign up for this. And it's been running at least once, sometimes more frequently than that, a year since then. And something Tony McHenry said, who was I suppose it was his brainchild, he said that there were about 10,500 people turned up for week one of the first iteration of the course in 2014. And he said that into the heads of 10,500 people, I managed to pour that important nugget in week one, which is the idea of corpus linguistics in a nutshell. Now, these free online courses, they have a rate of attrition. People naturally drop off, and it's not the case that in the first run, 10,500 people made it all the way to the end. But what was interesting was that he didn't really care, because he got them on day one and gave them the pitch. The short, this is what corpus linguistics is and what it can do. And that's all he really wanted to begin with, just to drop it in their minds as, oh, that's interesting, a different way of looking at language, I'd never thought of it. And I think that, even that is potentially quite impactful in terms of encouraging people to think about language and linguistics and the ways we can study language in a different way and maybe inspire them to think about it some more in the future. And so putting all of that together, we have the emergence of applied corpus linguistics, which for me I would frame as a byproduct of the democratization of corpus linguistics. I'm breaking probably several rules around what a corpus linguist should do, because of course this is from Google Ngram Books Viewer thing, whatever they call it now, which is not a corpus, and I would never use it as such, but you know, it is quite a nice visualization. Not saying this is particularly representative or well designed, but you do see quite clearly around the turn of the millennium, suddenly applied corpus linguistics as a term starts to appear. And this makes sense because the earliest, I mean, apparently there are some earlier that I couldn't find, that Google books could find, but I suppose the earliest quite prominent usage of the term applied corpus linguistics comes from the launch of what is now known as the American Association for Corpus Linguistics in 1999. That was originally called the American Association of Applied Corpus Linguistics. Interestingly, it almost contradicts my point, they dropped the applied from the name of their organization at some point, maybe because they sensed that applied corpus linguistics was establishing its own identity as maybe a sub-part of corpus linguistics, and actually they wanted to account for the whole thing, which makes sense. Certainly they do an awful lot of applied corpus linguistics and advocate for it and organize conferences, etc., that support research in this area. I would love to find where the slight uptick in the usage is appearing earlier in the 1990s, but I struggled. If anyone else can find it, then let me know. I'd be curious to try and get back to its source. Good, okay, so I've sort of thought about a lot of ideas here around how and why corpus linguistics has grown to the extent that I'm standing here at Kuwait University talking to a lot of very interested people about corpus linguistics, something that would have been very unlikely to have happened even 10, 15, 20 years ago, but corpus linguistics is spreading in such a way that there is increasing interest from lots of different people, which is wonderful. I said I'm interested in spoken corpora. I'm going to start from the compilation side of things. I already mentioned a little bit about the context around how one of the earliest English spoken corpora, which became known as the London Lund corpus, was developed in the sort of mid to late 20th century. A lot has already changed, and a lot had already changed by the time it was my turn to build a spoken corpus a lot more recently. The time to compile a large sample, spoken corpus, has already reduced from what was literally decades, the first attempts, to a number of years, which is an improvement. Obviously, as I mentioned, changes in technology and the availability and affordability of technology, the digital pivot, if you will, meant that by the time a few years ago I was doing my PhD and building a spoken corpus myself, we weren't asking participants to walk around with a tape recorder stuffed under their jacket, but rather they were recording themselves on a smartphone. Spoken corpora are getting bigger. It's because of these other factors. It's getting easier to build larger spoken corpora, but there is still a very, very sort of well-documented disparity overall in terms of the size of spoken as opposed to written corpora and corpora from other modes, because there still remain several practical challenges in the compilation of spoken corpora that do not really exist to the same extent or indeed at all for other types of corpus data. And as I said, digital recordings, but also digital texts, corpus texts, right? The actual data itself, of course, is now all digital, which speeds a lot of things up. I sigh slightly when I show you this slide because I've ended up talking about this an awful lot over the last few years. But the corpus I mentioned that I got involved with building was the second version of the British National Corpus. I was assigned to work on the spoken component. And I say the second version because, of course, there is the first version that was compiled in the 1990s. the demographically sampled component of the original British National Corpus, which was roughly a 5 million word sample of casual conversations recorded among members of the British public. Those recordings were made on tapes and then transcribed and then eventually released as digital files, but that process took over a decade to get to the XML version, which is most widely used now. In terms of what happened in the 2010s, when we came around to building a new version, some things had changed already, and this kind of gives us a sense of how far things have come so far. I'll briefly give some more information about this and then turn to the remaining challenges in the compilation of large spoken corpora. But yes, this is a roughly 11 million word corpus of casual conversation with just under 700 participants who all agreed in advance to record themselves, so they were aware they were being recorded, and it just involved placing a smartphone on a surface somewhere on a table or a desk, turning on the voice memo function and chatting away about whatever it is they wanted to talk about. So by the time we got to the new version a few years ago, as I mentioned, they were doing the recordings digitally and then simply emailing or transferring via a cloud. Via a cloud, I'm not sure that's via the cloud, a cloud. They put it on a cloud and transferred it. They transferred the data digitally, and then it was transcribed manually, because that has been, and still is in some contexts, but has been still the default approach, if you will, the best approach to the transcription of audio recordings into corpus text. More about that in a moment. Therefore, because this was done manually, and it's a relatively big corpus in terms of spoken data, that part took about 3 years, which is actually quite quick for its size in the context of manual transcription, given how many people were involved and the budget that the project had. Unsurprisingly, transcription, if you're doing it manually, is one of the biggest bottlenecks in the production of a spoken corpus. And it's a bigger bottleneck, of course, the more data you have. This meant that, by the time we released the data, which it didn't come out fully publicly accessible, where you could actually download the files and do with it what you want, until 2018, so not actually that long ago, some of the data was already 6 years old, because some of the recordings were gathered in the year 2012. And this was a new corpus. And so I think we made a mistake in the name of the corpus, calling it the BNC 2014, because actually it's 2012 to 2016. But also, it makes it seem like it's older than it is in terms of when the data was actually made available, because it only came out in 2018. The only reason we didn't release it sooner was simply because the corpus wasn't done yet. That's because the transcription was taking so long. So the problem of transcription, if solved, by solve I mean sped up substantially, will mean that spoken corpora can be released a lot more quickly at a larger scale. Therefore, the data is fresher and more immediate, and will help to sort of address the disparity that I've identified in terms of what's considered feasible for the size of what is meant to be a nationally representative spoken corpus in this way. And I would argue that 11 million words from 668 speakers in a country with a population of many, many millions, 70 million, yes, it was designed to be representative according to a range of parameters, but it is a drop in the ocean in terms of the linguistic output of the speakers of a country if you're trying to represent a national variety. I won't get into discussions around what the ideal size would be. I don't actually know, to be honest, but I do wonder whether it could be a bit bigger. I think, obviously, speeding up transcription would help with that. I'll return to the solutions to that sort of issue at the end. I want to sort of turn to now kind of where we are today with the status of applied corpus linguistics. And this is almost I don't want to call it a graveyard, but this is all of the other people who've appeared on the podcast that I didn't have space to add a quote for on their behalf. You'll be relieved to hear you weren't going to get 27 quotes from every single one, but here they all are. And what these all have in common is that in some way, shape or form, they are applying corpus linguistics in some way. There's an awful lot of discourse analysts in here, but there's people from other domains like forensic linguistics, education, health, etc. And these are just a few of a much, obviously now, larger community of applied corpus linguists or corpus linguistics who apply what they do in some way, and gives you just a flavor of the diversity in terms of the disciplinary applications of the methods today. And so, due to the factors I've identified and others that I don't have time to talk about, we're in a situation now where probably more than ever before, corpus linguistics has never been more accessible, visible, user-friendly, etc. than it is right now. Not saying that it couldn't do even more, but certainly it is in the best place it's been in terms of those factors. And there are, other examples we can think of to evidence this. For instance, I mentioned before the growth of the linguistic diversity of languages that are being involved with corpus linguistics research, languages and language varieties. I don't want to embarrass Mohammed, but I will give as one of many, many examples that I could have given Mohammed's work on Kuwaiti English, building a corpus of Kuwaiti English for his PhD, and I'm familiar with an awful lot of the work that went into that endeavor, and it's this is really, really good that we're seeing the growth and the diversity of the languages and varieties that are being involved, so to speak, in corpus research. Yes, so this all sounds great, and it is. And I'm not here to, suggest that these things I've said aren't. But it does, as the field grows and becomes more diverse and becomes, moves further and further away from its origins as a sort of small, tight-knit community, as Stephanie Avett said, of, really sort of specialists in linguistics and computer science, computational linguistics. We do have a situation where, most of the people who are doing corpus research one way or another are not programmers, they're not computer scientists, they're not able to code. And there's a question as to whether that's a problem or not, whether they ought to or not. I will show my hand and say that I don't think it should be a necessity to do those things, because we have so many user-friendly tools, such as the ones I mentioned, that have been developed for researchers to use. And actually, that's a really interesting theme that's come up in the conversations I've had. I would say more often than not, there are researchers who exclusively use software that has been developed by other tool developers to do their research, and without that, they wouldn't be able to do their research. I don't think that is inherently a bad thing at all. I'm in the same boat myself as well. However, there is a conversation to be had in terms of how far this goes and the prerequisite skills, so to speak, in terms of what it means to do good corpus research. Andrew Hardy wrote about this 10 years ago, one of the other few people who've mentioned the term democratization of corpus linguistics. And he talked about how, he's talking about in terms of building a corpus, but I would say this is equally, if not more applicable to analyzing a corpus, whether or not you built it yourself. He said, when a corpus is created by a single linguist, the assumption of a high degree of technical expertise, blah, 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 is by no means always met. While some linguists do have a high level of computer know-how, many do not. And the democratization of corpus linguistics necessitates that both sorts of researchers should be able to build corpora as required. I would say also analyze corpora as required. I know there's a lot of quoting here, but I think it's really interesting, and I hope you do too. Galinda Mautner is a discourse analyst, a corpus-based discourse analyst. She appeared recently on the podcast. And she is very, very, very firmly in the camp of, I don't know code, I'm not a technically minded person, but I use the software that people have developed to do my research. And the way she framed it was actually really, really interesting, because it's almost become beyond something that tool developers are offering themselves. I'll carry on talking while I try and turn my mic back on. Maybe the batteries are gone. Shall I carry on? Oh, thank you. Here we are. Great. Yes, beyond something that tool developers have made of their own initiative and offered out to the world, many of the corpus tools have been offered for free or at low cost, as I mentioned. It's turned into almost like an essential sort of almost like like water or something for researchers who need these tools. And now these tool developers, whether or not they realized what they were getting into at the time, are now almost kind of offer sort of an essential public service to many researchers who now expect that these tools are developed and maintained and that they will allow them to do what it is they want to do with their research. And she says, we need them desperately. And we rely on the developers to do that for us and to help us use corpus tools to feed our passion for language rather than computer code. I'm not saying that I would express this in exactly the same terms. I was about to walk off there, I can't now. In exactly the same terms, but I do think that you know, we should acknowledge that this is what the disciplinary community looks like now, and think about some of the implications for this reality, and it is the reality of this. I will briefly, in my second and final case study, give one example of how this is potentially something where more work could be done to support researchers in this situation, given that they are likely in the vast majority in terms of people who are doing corpus research, accessing and analyzing data. And I promise I will be brief, as I'm keeping an eye on the clock. And this is essentially some work-in-progress musing that I presented with a couple of colleagues, Izzy Clark from Lancaster University and Mark McGlashan, Birmingham City University, at Corpus Linguistics, International Corpus Linguistics Conference last year. I'll briefly sort of sketch the gist of this, but I won't get into as much detail as perhaps I intended initially. The idea here is around collocation. We've heard about collocation this conference already. Thank goodness, I don't have to explain it now myself. Essentially, the point here is that for, say, a written corpus of newspapers, you typically now will have one text in one corpus file, right? So you'll have one newspaper article in one text. Or it'll be somehow identified as being a single unit as a text, even if they're not separated in that way. But that is the unit. So the text and the author, if you will, they have a one-to-one correspondence. And so if you are using one of the popular sort of freely available or low-cost corpus tools to look at collocation, then typically you'll end up with something that I've tried my best to visually represent, where if there's no explicit restriction on boundaries between units, in this case texts, then most of the collocation pairs that you will identify will occur within the text, i.e. they've been produced by one author collocating with themselves, which is essentially what you want in this context. There'll be very, very few, if there isn't anything to acknowledge a boundary between text A and text B. Of course, you've got the end of text A and then the beginning of text B, and if there isn't any way of signaling that these are two different texts, of course there are ways of doing this, but if you don't signal this, if you just chuck your text in the tool and don't tell it anything about the text, then you'll get very few, but they're probably negligible for most researchers who are doing this sort of thing, and certainly not really looked at. If you have a spoken corpus, or indeed any corpus where there's dialogic interaction, it doesn't actually have to be a spoken corpus, it could be social media data, online fora, anything where you have two or more people communicating with each other turn by turn in some way, then it's no longer the case that one text equals one author, if you will. You have one text that contains the language of lots of different people. That means that if you, again, don't acknowledge the boundaries between the turns, I'll call them utterance boundaries, you will potentially, likely, have a mixture of collocates for a given node that are both internal to an individual speaker, i.e. collocating themselves, but also collocating across the utterance boundary. So the resulting analysis may be based on a mixture of pairs of collocates produced either by an individual speaker producing the collocation themselves or collocating with the person they're talking to. I was sort of a bit concerned about this because I hadn't really seen this sort of distinction discussed or facilitated in the tools that I was familiar with, and it certainly wasn't something that I thought about when we were building the spoken BNC. And so I had a look, and there are some discussions around this, but I'm trying to think from a typical end-user perspective, someone who's just accessing a tool and going, oh, I'm going to look at the collocates in this corpus. It's just not visible, right, in the most part. But this is the kind of thing I'm talking about, just to demonstrate. Let's, in this case, seen and have been identified, let's say have has been identified as a collocate of seen in my corpus, and this is collocating across the utterance boundary. Ought we be able to distinguish these two different types of collocates? Maybe some would argue, no, it's all part of the register of the language. I think that there probably is a reason, you know, a good reason to at least be able to acknowledge this distinction and take it into account to help us explain the language we're observing. I won't go into detail now as we're running out of time, but we did a little experiment, if you will, a little investigation into this, looking at some of the most popular tools, certainly for English, and what, if any, facility they offered as a standard setting to restrict. And essentially, most of the ones we looked at didn't offer a facility that would allow us to basically go, we only want you to compute the collocates within turns and not crossing boundaries between utterances. Only Wordsmith, among the tools we looked at, allowed us to fudge it indirectly. And that's what we did. We essentially did a comparison if you don't have any utterance boundary sort of set, if you just do a free-for-all of a big bag of words, and we picked some words to search for and looked at their collocates, what do you get? And then we turned on the boundary to restrict the measure of collocation within utterances, couldn't cross the boundaries, look for the same words, what do you get? It's very, tentative stuff, and there's, I'm sure, an awful lot of things that Stefan could tell me about the measures and the sensitivity to this that may help to explain. The top and bottom of it is it made a massive difference. And really, my point here is that this is a distinction that if it does actually make a massive difference further to subject to further testing and checking and thinking about these technical issues, then ought it be something that is considered? Essentially, there were lots of unique collocates in both conditions. So it wasn't the case that if you turned on the restriction, some collocates would disappear. Actually, new ones were identified as significant collocates that weren't collocates in the context where there was no restriction, which I thought was quite interesting. Anyway, I will sort of skip through the detail and get to sort of the bigger picture of the implication, then I'll wrap up. Yes, good. I would say that if it is the case that it makes a difference, and I do believe it does in some way, this is just one example of the tool facilitating or not potentially a very relevant and important methodological decision. And I think now we're in a situation with the democratized status of corpus linguistics that many users are essentially limited by what the tool allows them to do. This is not a profound or novel point. People have been saying this for a long time, but it's still a point that is worth making now. In this case, I would say it could be considered to be a feature that could be introduced as an option. And I think the features that are made available in tools play a huge role in users' awareness of the existence of that thing. I certainly would say, in terms of statistical measures for keenness analysis, collocation analysis, I'm most likely to learn of the existence of a new measure when I discover it's been added to a tool I'm using. Oh, what's that? That's probably the first place I notice it. And I do believe that there is an effect and a responsibility that developers have for essentially dictating, not to use too strong a term, but dictating what is possible for many users. Finally, we're nearly there. Surprise, surprise, AI, in terms of what might be next. Of course, there's been a lot of discussion around AI, particularly when it comes to analysis. So I'm not really going to mention analysis, but I will briefly talk about AI for helping to build corpora, which I think is also a really useful and interesting area of potential expansion, again, in the ubiquity and the accessibility of corpus linguistics. Jack Grieve, another guest on the Corpus Cast, basically thinks that all of linguistics will be corpus linguistics in the future, and that corpus linguistics is evidence of the value of large language models and AI in terms of its contribution to the study of language. Will the next British National Corpus be built with glasses that have cameras in them that are live transcribing what you're saying and recording the video and aligning it automatically and blah, 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 blah? I think that would be really cool and would certainly contribute to the ongoing growth of multimodal corpora, which I think is a crucial sort of development for spoken corpus linguistics. Transcription, I mentioned earlier. Of course, the answer to one of the answers to the challenge of transcription speed is doing it faster through automation. And there are now contemporary spoken corpus projects that have started to at least part automate the transcription they're doing. A couple of examples are one project that has been represented at this conference, actually. Sandrine spoke yesterday about the Interactional Variation Online Corpus project. They are doing a first pass of their transcriptions with an automated tool, ASR tool, and then manually correcting. Same goes for another upcoming spoken English corpus, the Lana North American corpus, doing something very, very similar. And ironically, or incidentally, I should say, both of these projects have had papers published just yesterday in a special issue of a journal, Research in Corpus Linguistics, that I am guest editing by happenstance. Wonder why I'd mention it. Okay, thank you. That's fine. Yes, sorry, we started a little bit late, that's all. So, an alternative future, and again, we've discussed texts being generated in place of going out there and gathering them. I would say at the moment for spoken corpora, we've seen examples of how generative AI is not particularly good at replicating authentic casual conversation. And so we'll see what happens there. I'm not yet sure whether that is the direction we want to be going in for now. My final slide is essentially making the point that there's been a lot of great developments in corpus linguistics. The democratization is very clear in terms of the spread and the growth in many different areas for corpus linguistics and applied corpus linguistics. I would say that, to finish, tool developers do have more responsibility than maybe they signed up for when they started making their tools, perhaps some time ago. There's almost like a sort of corpus linguistic relativity in that we're sort of limited by the tool that we're using in terms of what we see as being possible. Whatever happens with AI, I don't know the answers, none of us do yet. It's important that linguistics remains at the heart of what we do when we're studying language. And with that, I will say thank you, with apologies for slightly running over.
Thank you very much for such a wonderful, informative session. I hope that our attendees enjoyed it as much as I did. It's break time, but I think we can have 1 or 2 questions, and then we can have our 30 minutes break. Any questions in the audience? Dr. Amin, yes, please.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much for this very interesting talk. I'll try to make it as brief as possible. I agree with all the points that you mentioned, especially with the case study involving transcribing the text that took 3 years. Okay, however tiny Kuwait is, there is a small linguistic minority that we call Ayam of Persian origin who migrated to Kuwait 200 years ago, and then they gradually developed this variety of language that is gradually disappearing. And I personally decided to document this before it's gone. So I managed to get a 7-hour recording of a number of speakers. Transcribing that, I didn't see any democracy there. It was very, very difficult. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that we do have the well-researched languages such as English or Western European languages, but the minority languages, the under-researched, under-developed languages, there doesn't seem to be enough tools that support these languages. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, I'm not sure of the question, but I would say that I agree, and by no means am I painting a rosy picture that everything's solved now and everything's perfect, but rather progress has been made. If you, as I said, go back to where things were a few decades ago to where things are now, I'd say that, again, potentially related to the issue you describe is the reliance on tools that people are developing. And yes, Sketch Engine has got over 100 languages, which is great, but of course there are many more than 100 languages in the world, so there's more to be done. And I think it also requires more international collaboration between researchers who have got experience in having done it before in a different language. I think multilingual collaboration could be done a lot more. I am a monolingual speaker of British English. There's a lot that I can't help with, but maybe from a methodological perspective, there are things that I could do to collaborate with researchers building the first corpus of a given variety. And there have been some examples of that, but I think that could be done a lot more.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay, then. Okay.
Thank you. And your book has been really, the backbone of first my PhD thesis, and now the different, papers I'm working on right now. So thank you so much. Thank you, Robbie.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Really good. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
So we have about less than 30 minutes of break, and then that's it? That's the final session? Okay, that's it, guys. Thank you. For my students, thank you for coming. Any housekeeping instructions? So those at the back are students.